All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Board of Finance. I'll call the meeting to order and ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. To the members of the public who've dialed in or joined us on the WebEx tonight, please know you are muted and will not be heard by more board members, and there will be no live public comment until called for during the meeting. If you've joined by WebEx and wish to make a comment, please enter your name in the chat box at any time before the item is called and specify which agenda item you'd like to speak to. Members of the public are always encouraged to send their comments and questions in writing to the board at the following email, bof@fairfieldct.org. If you do so, please remember to include your name and address in your email. Okay, we're going to jump right into item 3, which is to hear a presentation on the sidewalk report. Board members may recall that during our recent capital planning workshop, we had some sidewalk repair projects on the capital projects list, and we've also heard that in some instances, sidewalks are repaired when paving is done. And the board was interested in hearing a more comprehensive presentation on this subject. And so tonight we have John Cattell here to take us through it. The backup materials for this item are included online in the posted backup beginning on page 1. So welcome, Mr. Cattell.
Thank you very much. Good evening. So we'll jump right into this. This is a sidewalk report. The firm that did this for us is the same firm that did our paving program. So it's consistent and follows the same type of similarities in the format. The survey was done beginning in the winter of 21 and finished in the summer of 23. So if you go to one of the first slides is a breakdown of the material of the sidewalks. So if someone could put that up on the screen for me, please. Thank you. You can go to next. There we go. That might, I'm not sure if you can read that or not, but if you can't. And you also have your packages that was sent around. Good. So I just wanted to make sure everybody had it, especially when you get to the map that you can, might be a little easier to see on a larger screen. So we have 125 miles of sidewalk. And this breaks down as to what the actual materials it is. You'll see 34 miles of asphalt, 78 miles of concrete, then some mix, because some places will have a stretch of concrete and a stretch of asphalt. That's what your mixed materials is, and that's almost 10 miles. And then we have about 3 miles of pavers, which is actually your bluestone that we have scattered about. So that's our materials that we're dealing with. Going to the next slide. Is your condition of what they are. And the bulk of it is in the fair condition, 65 miles, which is about 52%. Excellent is 35 miles, which is about 28% of your sidewalks, and 14 miles for good. You're replacing your poor, which is your key issues that you really got to look at. And that's under 10 miles total between the two. Your next item kind of breaks.
Do you mind if we ask questions as we go along? Okay.
Fine. If you have, feel free to stop me at any point.
Do you mind just, so the bulk of the sidewalks or the largest percent are considered fair. What does that mean in terms of remaining life? If those don't need to be replaced immediately, is that, a couple of years from now that, we've got 65 miles of sidewalks in fair condition. So just help us understand if those sidewalks were going to on our capital plan, what's the timing of something like that in terms of remaining life?
So I can address that issue as these relate to the capital plan. As you can imagine, it's a pretty broad category, and so they're gonna, the age of and condition of the sidewalks may vary within that category. What we are planning to do and present to you as part of the capital plan in the revised version is to provide $2 million a year each of the first 3 years. And then kind of we'd be on like a glide path at that point to do about $1 million a year. And that would be done through the operating budget. And so we're planning to, similar to what we did with paving, there'd be a catch-up period, and we're considering that period to be about 3 years worth, which would include the poor condition, the replacement, and a portion of the fair. So that would be a total of $6 million, $2 million a year over the next 3 years, and then after that, be on a path, which from what we can tell, or what's in the budget since we've been here, there hasn't been a huge dedication to sidewalks, which is why we're dealing with the issues that we're dealing with now, and to include a pretty substantial amount within the operating budget beyond after those first 3 years.
Okay, thank you. So the idea is that within the 3 years, then we'd address the fair, poor, and the replacement?
We'd address the replacement, the poor, and a portion of the fair.
A portion of the
Yeah.
fair within 3 years. So fair's got categories within it, I'm assuming then?
Yeah,
Some are more fair.
I'll just address those nuances of it, but that's the general description, yeah.
Yeah, some of the fares, I mean, as you're addressing the areas in the poor, you're going to be picking up some of the fares in those areas also. So they may be having some cracks, but they're not tripping hazards, but there are issues that are, if you're in that area, you're doing them, you basically have the ability to, not just jump all over the place, but kind of get an area completely done. So some fares will be done. Your concrete sidewalks should last around 45 to 50 years. Your asphalt sidewalks, they're probably 20, maybe 25 years. But then you have issues, and I continue through this, some other issues that may cause you to jump in on some of these fares, or even ones that are very good in the area.
And if you don't mind, oh, sorry, did you have Mary, did you have a question? Okay.
He just answered it. It was what the life was for each type.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Matala?
Jared, on the plan, so you want to do is it 2 million that you want to bond over 3 years for the next few years, or is it going to be 2 million in the operating budget?
Yeah, so part of this will be the discussion about the use of surplus.
Oh.
The first 2 million would be in the current fiscal year. And so that would be the first of 3 years. And then the second year would be 2 million that we would propose in the capital plan out of bonding. And then 2 million in the third year out of bonding. Obviously, if there are surpluses in those years, then we can talk about using that instead. But as I said, very similar to the approach that we've been using for paving, we would use the same type of approach for the sidewalks.
So, sorry, Mr. Curley? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. So you talked about roughly 125 miles of sidewalks. That's the current state of our sidewalks. But is part of this plan also looking at areas that don't have sidewalks now that need new sidewalks that don't exist currently?
So when we talk sidewalks, we're really talking three type of groups. You're talking sidewalks that are continuous to the roads that we're paving, where we're obligated to make sure we bring that up to the ADA codes accordingly, since we're working on that road. The second one is problem areas throughout the entire town, and which this report went through and identified all the sidewalks. Your third issue is your new sidewalks that you mentioned. This is not addressing the new sidewalks in that aspect. We are getting a lot of requests for sidewalks. The fact that the town is now finally paying attention to and looking at these things, we're getting requests from individuals saying, we'd like one here, we'd like one there. You just, or I'll say the RTM just passed a complete streets. That may have a large impact going forward. Some new sidewalks have been done with grants. Your Four Corners, I believe, was a grant area. We did some on South Pine, was a health department grant where we did some of those in-house. So I would say that your new sidewalks would be addressed more that way between other funding sources or however the town decides to fund it. Likewise, this report mainly deals with what we have now as a liability to us.
Okay, thank you.
We do, I can add a little bit more to that. You know, we did include $2.5 million in the next year of the capital plan for new sidewalks. We also have the potential for a grant that we applied for up to $700,000 for a specific sidewalk or set of sidewalks. So as John said, we're kind of recognizing that as a separate pot and as separate projects when it comes to putting in new sidewalks, because it's, you know, obviously a lot more involved process, and the dollar amounts are different. So we do have $2.5 million in there for next year, as well as a grant that we've applied for.
Okay, thank you, Jared. And so I just wanted to clarify or make it clear that this sidewalk plan is addressing our current inventory, if you want to call it that, of existing sidewalks. New sidewalks would be separate.
That is correct.
Okay, and just as a guideline here, I see on page 4 of the backup of the plan, in the header, it talks about the cost is based on roughly $300,000 a mile for asphalt and roughly $450,000 per mile for concrete or mixed materials. Is that a good rule of thumb generally for new sidewalks as well? I don't know if the excavation of the existing sidewalks actually makes it more expensive to replace existing versus starting anew. I'm just curious about whether that's a good rule of thumb that we should think about.
That's a good number that the state uses in calculating sidewalks. You start getting into new sidewalks, you're dealing now with potential trees or utility poles being moved, having to move mailboxes that might be there. You know, we hit a couple of challenges where, you know, someone didn't want a tree, but they didn't want the sidewalk to make a bend around it. It's like, well, it's going to be one or the other. And you know, it's like, okay, I want to save my tree, so we'll go around it, but understand now it gets right to the edge of the right of way. So there are other costs involved in that. And especially if you're hitting ledge or something like that, if you're putting in new sidewalks and you're trying to go to the grades, then you're trying to maintain your ADA issues. Are we, you know, trying to blast out some rocks or something, depending on where it is? So there's a lot of engineering that has to go for the new ones.
That's helpful. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. Ms. Marmion?
Can I follow up on Mr. Curley's question while we're right there, if you don't mind?
Sure.
When you just said that sometimes we get involved with new utility poles and stuff like that. So if UI wants to come and put a new utility pole and we have a sidewalk there, they're responsible for all that new concrete sidewalk if there's a concrete sidewalk that's in their way, right? I mean, I presume that's the case. They're screwing it up.
Yes, I'd like to say yes.
You'd like to say yes, or you're saying yes? It sounds like you're saying no.
I would say yes, in that when they damage the sidewalk by installing a pole, they are required to fix it.
Okay.
What you find sometimes is it takes a long time. if, I'm sure you've driven around and you've seen what you call double poles. They'll have to replace a pole, it's not going in the same hole, it's going to go next to it. It takes each utility to change all their assets over to the new one. They slowly cut down the pole as each utility gets done. You have your electric up high, you have your phone lines, you have your internet. So now you're sitting there with two poles that are there for a while, and then eventually they'll come back and take that pole out. And yes, they are supposed to then fix that panel of the sidewalk. And yes, they should be making sure that they're still providing enough width for ADA compatibility.
Yeah. Is there a limit on when they have to do all that, take that down? Because I've been living with that for a year and a half in my own driveway, right in front of my house. And when I look around the beach area, there's hundreds of these poles.
Poles to nowhere?
What?
Poles to nowhere?
There's 2 poles.
Yeah.
I mean,
I have one too.
what is the rule on? Is there a regulation that says they have to do it within a certain time? Because it's making the town so ugly, to be quite honest with you. They don't take them down evenly. They don't give a crap. They just put 2 poles in. No one ever comes by to take care of the work. And is there a rule or is somebody monitoring this from behalf of the town?
It's a big issue in every town. It's gone to even the DPUC, where a lot of these poles, some of these poles, have been out there like that for 2 years by the time they change them over. Your electric, first of all, you have 2 people owning the poles. Some poles, most of them in town are owned by UI, others are owned by Frontier. So you have who's in charge, who's the owner of the pole. But as the utility goes down the pole, they move their wires to the new pole. They'll cut that pole down, and so that the next one can lift their wires over to the next pole. It's an issue everywhere. If there's something that's been out there for a real long time, yes, we can try and chase them. You're dealing with Frontier that may be down, main office down in Texas, but it's a process. And DPUC came and started jumping on them for some poles that were sitting out there for several years. And that's where we got to go and just fight the battle for it. So if you have a specific one, yes, we can fight that battle and push them on it. But it always winds up where now you have not just, it used to be electric company, phone company, and maybe a cable company, but now you have like 5 different cable companies that are out there that have to move their equipment.
Yeah, I'm seeing new people, I don't know who they are, putting up new lines, and they're not putting them on the new pole, they're putting them on the old pole. It just makes no sense, but the good news is you told me I have about 6 more months left, so I guess I'll just have to live with that. Then I'll be calling you.
Don't count on it. I've had one sitting in my house for 6 years at least, so.
Well, give them a call.
I want to get to Ms. Marmion, but I may as well follow up on Mr. Walsh's. I guess I took your statement different. When you talked about the utility poles, I thought you were referring to cost if we are putting a sidewalk where a pole is, not if they're putting a pole where a sidewalk is. So Mr. Curley was asking about new sidewalks. So if we are installing a sidewalk and a pole's in the way, what's the issue? What's the process there?
I believe it's a 50-50 split. When a town requests utilities to be moved for a project, they usually pay about 50% of the cost of the moving of that item. That could be, gas line going through a place you want to develop or something to that effect. So yes, there's costs that we would be sharing on that. That's why you generally try and give yourself enough space between it. Most generally, your poles are what I call is within your snow shelf, your first 2 to 3 feet of the sidewalk. Generally, a right of way might be 10 feet. So your sidewalks are generally going to the back of your right of way. That would give you that space. This being an old town developed long ago that followed the wagon wheel tracks, All the right-of-ways do not perfectly line up where the center of the right-of-way is in the center of the street. So that creates how much of a right-of-way you have from the curb going back.
Thank you. Ms. Merman?
Thank you. Thank you for this report. It's really helpful, especially seeing the context of the fact that we have, only really 10% of our sidewalks are poor or need replacement. So it's nice to be able to go out and say, actually, our sidewalks are in pretty good shape. I still don't know what that fair means in terms of life. And somebody said there's a large continuum between, in terms of what that means. But I guess what I wanted to ask was, or just make a comment on is to Jared. Jared, you mentioned that you're going to propose that we use 2 million of our surplus in this calendar year. And I guess it's hard, I'm having a hard time without having the context of seeing a proposal on the surplus. I understand you're going to present one tonight. Hopefully you'll have something to hand out to us, but I'm really interested in hearing your rationale for why 2 million for the sidewalks, just given that so many of our sidewalks seem to be in pretty good shape. I get that we should replace the others, but I'm looking forward to that discussion on other priorities or why this and not other things. So that's just more a comment.
Great. Yeah, and I'll look forward to that discussion as well. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Merman. And the question I was going to ask before, to follow up to Mr. Schmidt's comment. So 2 million a year for the first 3 years, which you described as a catch-up, similar to paving. And then thereafter, 1 million a year that we would anticipate being in the operating budget, which will be a decision for whoever creates the operating budget in 3 years. But in the paving budget, we decided to put the ongoing costs in the current operating budget, right? So, because we didn't want to create a cliff. So we kind of kept the catch-up that was incremental. We've used surplus, or we talked about other ways to fund that, ARPA, et cetera. But we used, which for paving was 2 million a year, we've put that in the operating budget so that we could have an amount in the operating budget which would be consistent with the steady state going forward. So isn't that the equivalent of the million here? And so I guess my question is, are we going to be spending 3 million a year for the first 3 years with 1 million in operating and 2 million proposed in some other fashion? Or are we proposing to put the entire 2 million, pay for that out of bonding or surplus or whatever?
So there's no magic number about how much we're going to need each year to fix the replacement as well as the poor condition and then some portion of the fair condition. So our plan would be to begin to put money into the operating budget right away into FY '25. And so there will be a ramp up period. So to your point and your concern, totally understand that we don't want to be in a situation where in FY '26, '27, where we're having to, like that, put in $1 million. So there would be a ramp up period between now and then.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to, I agree with Ms. Marmion's comments on surplus. I think for me, and I know we're going to talk about it, but given the report we saw in the capital planning workshop and all of the things that we have in front of us, I would want to know that whatever we're allocating to surplus represents the highest priorities for this town versus just something we happen to have a plan ready for. Because it seems to me that we have a lot of urgent projects and priorities. And so if these are the very top ones, then that seems appropriate to allocate surplus to. But I don't think we've heard that yet. So I think ultimately, that discussion together with the updated waterfall will be an important one to have. Mr. Cattell, do you want to continue?
Certainly. So the page you're looking at now just kind of breaks it out as to your costs, what's broken out into different areas and the total amount. And then you have, as the key, one of the key numbers you see there is the average, the SCI, which is your sidewalk condition index, which is about 72, which basically says overall you're at a fair, pretty much. Or the high end of fair or very low end of a good. So flipping over to the next slide.
Wait a minute, can we just go back there? You said 72.68 looks like it's good.
Yeah, it's just in the good.
So overall, the condition of the sidewalks are good. Correct?
Correct. And
Oh.
with the overall amount.
With the overall amount. Okay. And it would only cost $296,000 to take care of all the replacement, correct?
Yes, to an extent, according to this. There's a few other issues where, depending on what the material is, but it's pretty close to what it is.
Okay, and you have how much in this year's budget towards sidewalks? 80 grand or something like that?
Yes,
$80,000.
which I think I have about 4,000 left.
4,000 left because you made a good part of the replacement, or have you spread that around?
Because we've been hitting issues and doing some that were along some of the roads that we're paving. Fixing issues that were along contiguous to some roads.
Okay. In your future budgets, can you break out what the amount is for repair and worse, and what the amount is for the roads you plan on handling that year?
Yes.
I would like to see that.
Yeah, right. The ones that are contiguous to a road, the sidewalks, we're changing with the paving, how that is to show that sidewalks alongside of it work that has to be done.
Okay, so we'll be able to see that in this coming year's 25 budget, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr. DeWitt, and then Mr. Mottola.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm a little confused because when I read this the first time, I thought that all the pours are going to be replaced too. I mean, this category says replace, but on one of the pages it says repair cost factor 100% under pour. So is it really that the number Mr. Walsh quoted, 296,000 for replace? Aren't you really replacing pour as well? Or is it?
The pour needs to be replaced also. He's talking about where the column of replacement, which totally has to be ripped out and replaced.
So
The others are more additional. It's a full another, you're replacing the pores.
yeah, so
Because-
pour and replace are complete rip out and put out new stuff, right?
Correct.
So that's 3.4 million. So, or 3.5 million.
3.5.
Yeah, right. Because I think Mr. Walsh was just saying, oh, we only had to replace 297,000, but I think the number is really 3.5 there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're replacing a lot of the fares. There's issues in the fares.
Yeah.
That's
No,
replaced.
absolutely. And then I just, while I have the mic for 1 second, I like that bonding plan. You know, I talk about the bunkers that we did at Smith Richardson but I got to tell you, what I like about that is you bond that first couple of years, and then you progress into the operating budget, as Mr. Schmidt said, and then you get used to it being there. So we don't stop in 5 years from now and say, oh, we don't have to fund sidewalks anymore. Well, that's how we got in this problem to start with. We totally ignored sidewalks. So even if that number turns into $500,000 a year where we're maintaining, we're weaning ourselves into that whole, let's see a line item in there for sidewalks every year, progressively, right? Thank you.
Agree. Thank you. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that. I think that's an excellent point. I think it would be helpful for me, having been on this board a couple of years, but not with the history of these folks. Can you give me a little education and history on what the spend has been over the last 10 years on sidewalks, ballpark, and how you prioritized sidewalks were done as compared to this plan? I'm just trying to understand how this plan makes things different for the town going forward.
So I'm just a little over 2 years here. So speaking for the past 8 years, I'll kind of give you something what I suspect was going on. First of all, the current budget and previous budgets only had $80,000 in the sidewalk. And that was generally to buy, pay for concrete and asphalt, buy your ADA dimple pads. So it was more of a material thing, and they would do where you had a tree that was kicking up a panel. So, okay, we'd go out there and we'd rip out 1 or 2 panels and then have the tree warden look at it. Is it a big root that, we have to take a tree down, or can we just, take out one of the small roots that won't actually affect the integrity of the tree? And then they put maybe some asphalt over it so that it has a little more flexibility. So that's been, it's been problem areas, is where someone says, oh, I slipped in, my mother just walked on the sidewalk, slipped and fell at this location. Well, we're obligated to go out there and fix that panel if being on notice like that, as well as dealing with the lawsuits, however they fall out. So it's been very just, I don't even say a true triage, because I don't even think it was meeting that.
Thank you. So if I heard you correctly, from a budget perspective, it hasn't really been a big ticket item. It's been roughly $80,000 a year. It's been kind of sporadic in terms of responding to issues as opposed to being proactive. This plan would take a more proactive approach. The town would put more dollars in total on an annual basis towards this, and we would make progress over time. Is that the correct sum of it? Okay. One issue I did want to, one question I also wanted to ask is with respect to the streets and roads that have a mix of concrete and asphalt. We touched on this at our last meeting a little bit, and you had mentioned that, if there are tree roots, sometimes there may be a stretch of concrete that needs to have asphalt and then return to concrete to address those roots. And I understand that. But I have to tell you, as I drive to and from work every day down Mill Plain Road, I see long stretches of concrete followed by long stretches of asphalt that are new, and there are no trees anywhere near it. So I guess I'll reiterate the question in terms of how does the town prioritize what material is being made and or being used, and is there going to be a higher standard or some additional effort put towards avoiding asphalt if concrete's going to last as long as you're suggesting?
No, like I said, one of the first things I opened up, you basically are looking at almost 1/3, 2/3, 1/3 asphalt, 2/3 concrete already. It's been going through process of whatever type of material was there before is what we were replacing.
But I have to interrupt because I can tell you, as I drive down Mill Plain Road, and as I drive down North Benson, I can see stretches where there's concrete, and then in front of a home there's asphalt that's brand new, and there's no trees near it. And I don't buy that explanation. I have to be honest.
That would have been that it was asphalt before that, and that's what they'd replace it. I'm just telling you how the past 10 years it's been going. Is the material that's there was replaced in kind. It wasn't saying, okay, we're going to make every new sidewalk concrete.
But should that be part of the plan though? Because if someone took a shortcut in the past and they you have six home stretch and you got 4 that have concrete and 2 that have asphalt, it doesn't make sense to me that you'd replace asphalt with asphalt in that circumstance. If you don't have a tree issue that you've described, which to me seems like a legitimate reason to use that, but it doesn't seem like a replacement in kind is the right answer.
Then we would just have to readjust dollar numbers to everything.
But this plan does not do that. This plan,
It's not putting anything up to full concrete.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Testani, who's attending remotely, had a question.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hey, John, this is Jack Testani. Just have a couple quick things, kind of following up on sort of what Mr. Walsh was kind of alluding to and a couple of other people. Number one, I just want to, on my own education, understand what defines what is fair and what is good. Who defines it, should I say? Is that, public works? Is it engineering? Like who? Like I'm just wanted to get like an understanding. I think Ms. Marmion sort of referenced this as well. What is fair, considered fair? What is considered good? Let's start with that. Number one. Number two, I sort of always ask this type of question, but I'm just, again, out of my own curiosity's sake, I understand we're preliminarily thinking of potentially using some surplus to cover some of these costs. I'm just wondering, have you, the town, or someone from Public Works, or again, whoever you think the right person would be, sort of investigate, would there be another option for like paying for this? When I say this, I'm speaking of the sidewalk plan in general. Are there any, state run grants or anything like that? Or is that something that's been investigated in the past? Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you for dealing with me remotely.
I'll jump on the first one, and maybe Jared can look at this, go for the second one. The first one is who's judged this. This was an outside consulting firm, engineering firm, who did boots on the ground up and down all these sidewalks, looking at them and doing their evaluation based on the normal standards that they will go through. And as far as with other sources of funding.
So yeah, as far as grants go, Mr. Testani, we always look into possibilities for grants. We did get a steep grant about a year ago for a $600,000 project that we're doing. We have a application in now for new sidewalks. So we're constantly looking at that and shaking the trees for grant money. Whatever it is we're doing, whether it's sidewalks or anything else.
And Jared, just let me clarify. So the $600,000 steep grant was specific to sidewalks. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you're investigating all options with regard to grant money, so the $600,000 covered what exactly, and in what fiscal year did that? Was it last fiscal year, this fiscal year? I just, again, want to get an understanding.
My recollection is we got the grant last year. I'm not sure if the work has begun yet or not. But if it hasn't started yet, excuse me, I suspect it's going to start sometime around the spring.
Okay.
But yeah, it was specifically for sidewalks.
That's great.
Someone like Bill Hurley could rattle off exactly which streets and
I'm sure he could.
What the length was and all those kinds of details.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Testani. Okay, Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Cattell, you mentioned the passing of the complete streets. I'm not sure the full name of the ordinance. How much is that going to cost us a year? Have you guys done calculations?
I have not. The first part of that whole complete streets is coming up with a general booklet of how they plan to do them and what qualifies and the needs. So there's, I forgot the term that they used for it, but there's basically a whole plan that has to be done first with this, with the complete streets. Then it turns into, okay, if you want sidewalks, as I was alluding to earlier, do we have the right of way for it? Are we going to have to narrow a street so that you have more space for a bike lane? Or are you going to have to turn around and move a sidewalk farther away to make to the back of a right of way if there's space? Again, this being an old town, the center of the line does not line up perfectly with the center of the right of way. So what side of the road is it going to go on? Are you going to have bike lanes on both sides? There's a lot of issues and a lot of costs that will go in a lot of engineering that has to go into that.
I know that Bill Hurley did do an analysis for if the first year were 2023, that it would cost about $5 million if you were to implement it by the letter of the ordinance, that it would cost about $5 million additional dollars. And, you know, I think you asked the question earlier about the utility poles. That, you know, when we think about that and the complexity of something like that, that's just one issue that could come up as we're trying to implement complete streets. You know, that would be just one of the issues. If it were a situation where we had to put in a new sidewalk, that would be just one of the issues that we would have to deal with.
And this is a mandatory? We have to follow this statute that the RTM just passed? We have to spend $5 million, at least what's being estimated by Mr. Hurley at this point in time?
I think that's probably a legal question about the authority of each of the boards. I suspect that the Board of Finance has its own authority to determine how much money goes into wherever you want to spend it. And so, but you know, that gets into legal ground, I think, about who has the authority to make those kinds of requirements.
Can I just ask, was this $5 million plan ever presented to anyone? This is the first. So I thought
It wasn't a plan. It was just,
Okay.
I saw some of the work that he had done going kind of street by street of the work that had been done in 2023. And him going through and doing a rough calculation of what it would cost if you were to have to implement all the upgrades and changes according to the ordinance.
Okay. And I just want to caution the board. I think first we should, understand what we're talking about. We should see a plan and the costs that are associated with it. I assume that these projects will be prioritized based on safety issues. I never expected it would be done in a year. So I think the first step that I just heard Mr. Cattell describe was that a plan would have to be put together similarly to how a plan was put together for sidewalks and paving and everything else. So, I think that I would just caution everyone not to get too excited about numbers we haven't seen that were together on the back of an envelope, because, to Mr. Schmidt's point, there's going to be a process here, and I'm sure that will follow a plan and a prioritization of, a lot of other things that are being talked about here. So.
Yeah, and not get too excited, but also, pay attention to the reality of it, which is that if you're going to strictly follow it, I think, anybody in the administration has said it's going to slow things down. So where you're doing paving, and it requires certain things to be implemented related to complete streets, is going to, without a doubt, slow the paving down if those improvements related to complete streets have to keep pace with the paving.
Yeah, that makes sense. So if we have to put in infrastructure to address some of these things, whether for safety issues or otherwise, I understand it's going to be what it is. I saw the money in the capital plan for next year, but again, I just don't want to go down to a rabbit hole on a lot of speculation here on something that none of us have ever seen yet, I should say. Sorry, Mr. Walsh?
Madam Chairman, I understand what you're saying, but I don't also want to stick our head in the sand about it. And whatever happens with the election, we need to get on this moment one. We need to have the town attorney here to tell us what the legal responsibilities of this town are on complete streets. We need to get realistic numbers as soon as possible, starting with Mr. Hurley, who's done some calculations, and be able to ask him, because this board, no one asked us any questions about it. No one asked us to look at it. People just passed it on the legislative body with probably not really a lot of concern for what the costs are. So we need to figure out what that is, because we have so many projects coming up in this town that we cannot afford. We have numbers on air conditioning that are coming in over 40% just on phase one. We don't know what the rest of the phases are. That meeting we had on capital plan was scary. I've thought about it every single day since. We've got to get started getting realistic about what we can do and what we can't do. We have a $60 million building that could go to who knows what, 75? I mean, these numbers are out of control, and we need to, as a Board of Finance, I've never felt this way the entire time I've been on this board. I've never felt this way in the 20-something years I've been on town bodies. We have a major problem coming. With the stuff coming up on the WPCA projects, we are going to run out of money. I've never felt that way since I've been on these town boards ever. And we're going to have a lot of meetings coming up in the next year on what we can do and what we cannot do. Because to be quite honest with you, it's the first time I ever felt this after getting a capital plan. People used to work within budgets. We used to tell them how much money they had and let the Board of Ed prioritize it however they wanted. This is the very first year ever on that capital plan, first year ever. People are putting down just their wish list. We want this, and figure out how you're going to spend it. That's the way I felt that night, was we want this. We don't really care whether you're bonding $50 million and then $30 million the next year and then 40-something million dollars the next year. This board's going to have to really start doing its homework and being able to tell the town what we can afford.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to get concerned with the sidewalks tonight. More bonding for $2 million here, $2 million here, $2 million for the third year. I don't know whether people are going to take the next $1 million and bond that too. I mean, to be honest with you, just looking at the Department of Public Works, and this is no offense, but just the project, we're getting bonding for these trucks every year. We're getting bonding for paving right now because that's in bad shape. Now we're being told we need to start bonding. When are we paying stuff with operating budget? Nobody wants to do stuff with operating budget. Everybody wants to max out the credit card and put everything on to the next 20 or 25 years. We are going to run out of that capacity. And I mean, I get nervous when I go over 20% in a given month. I'm like, oh my God, I got to make a big payment this month to get it back down. But people want to seem to go and they don't care. It's just like, just put it on the credit card. Just keep putting it on there. And these numbers going forward are scary.
Yeah, and I just want to, and thank you for raising that, because this is what I alluded to before, and you just spoke very passionately, and I have the same feeling when we talk about this surplus. I didn't get a good feeling from that capital projects meeting because for a couple things. One, we have an extraordinary amount of infrastructure needs in front of us, and we have no plan to pay for them. So when we happen to have surplus this year, a good amount of surplus, and we're hearing, let's just do paving, let's just do sidewalks. In my mind, what I want to know is paving the most important thing that we should address in this town? Because if we're going to take the paving money and get our roads from good to excellent, I'm not voting for that. I don't know if that's what we're going to do, but we don't need to have A+ roads. I'll take A- roads if, the alternative is maybe to deal with the famous building with the mushrooms growing out of the carpet, okay? And the whole point of that capital projects workshop was to evaluate a long-term plan, and we didn't do that. We focused on the current year. There was a lot of stuff in future years that wasn't really evaluated. There was little to no discussion of how real some of those things were, and if they are real, how are they going to be financed? Because one of the things you said, and I appreciate this also, we have to live within a budget, yes. But we also hear continually, this was neglected and that was neglected. And the reason that we're in this boat is because we just, didn't do things in the prior year. And it wasn't for a lack of spending money. We've spent a lot of money. Ms. LeClaire made the point. We didn't spend all that money on schools because we just felt like it and felt like neglecting the town. We did it because we had big issues. We had a mold problem at McKinley. We had to rebuild it. So I absolutely agree with you. I think we need to get serious about a long-term plan. And I think when we're sitting here looking at surplus, we should not be voting to use it just because we happen to have an easy way to get rid of it. I mean, we should only be using that we should be allocating that toward the very highest priority issues that are in front of us. And if we're not confident as to what those are, I would be a proponent of setting that money aside until we're absolutely confident. And if that takes a few more months and you got to park it in debt service to keep it out of fund balance and do that, that's what we should do. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I was out of the country. I missed that meeting when we had the paving presentation, but I'd like to know that extra paving money that we're going to get to, what's that doing? Is that helping us, that catch up to fix poor, or is it getting us from good to excellent? I think this board deserves to know that before we vote on the use of that money. Because I'm all for well-paved streets, safe sidewalks, safe roads, complete streets, whatever that means. But, there has to be a prioritization, because you're absolutely right. We have a staggering number of things in front of us, and a lot of them, I have very little confidence as to whether the numbers are real, particularly the WPCA numbers. We didn't have a study to go behind those, so we think there's a big problem. We really don't even know what it is. So, like other members on this board, I like the fact that we got a paving study a few years ago. I like that we're trying to keep up with it. But given where we are now, I think we have to make darn sure that anything we use this surplus for is the most important thing that we have to do. So that's my spiel. Mr. Phil?
If I can respond to that, because this is really frustrating to sit here and listen to this when.
Well,
we
Don't do that.
Talking about an item that we're not even on yet.
Don't do that.
But you haven't done surplus.
Yeah, I made a statement. Wait, I called on Mr. Tripoli.
Be patient, waiting for that item to come up.
Excuse me.
And you're jumping the gun and talking about.
I'm not jumping the gun on anything. Don't do that. Mr. Curley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a lot there between the two of you, and there's a lot that resonated with me, but there were three things that stood out. One, with respect to this plan that's in front of us now for the sidewalks, I'm looking at page 4, which was on the screen a bit ago. It's the page that totals to 16.9 million. I want to make sure the board is interpreting this as I believe it's intended to be interpreted, and that is, for example, the good category is 14 miles and estimated cost associated with that replacement of those is $600,000. That I believe is determined because it would really be 6.1 million, but they've applied a repair cost factor of 10% on the 6.1 million. So I don't expect that we'd spend 615,000 to repair the good. I think we would wait until that aged out and then fell into a fair or poor category, but that obviously would occur at some point in the future, and the cost to repair that would be much greater than 615,000. So I guess the point I'm trying to make and make it sure that others are aware is that I think this $16.9 million cost here is, I'm taking it all with a grain of salt. I'm focusing on the repair and replace and poor categories because those seem more immediate. But But I would expect that over time, we're going to spend well north of $17 million on these sidewalks. Add to that the potential costs associated with the Safe Streets ordinance. I think we have to take all of this with a grain of salt. But I will say, I am not an expert on the Safe Streets ordinance. I am familiar with it. I don't believe that the ordinance requires that there's any specific plan that has not been put in front of this board, and that there's a price tag associated with it. My understanding is that the ordinance calls for the engineering department to conduct a safety study and provide recommendations. And then once those recommendations are provided and costed out, then this board would have a say on whether the town spends money on that. But I guess the point that want to make there is, I don't think we should go down a rabbit hole or guess. I would suggest that when it's convenient, whether it's the next meeting or the meeting after, in later November or December, we should have the RTM come and discuss this ordinance with us. I think that would be a welcome. They're the ones who wrote the ordinance, and I think would make sense for them to present what the expectation is.
I really don't need the RTM to come to us, and I'll tell you why. Here's all I need to know. It's a past ordinance. It's on the books, right? Whatever they wanted to do, they did. What I want is the town attorney to come before us and tell us, what does it mean legally? What are our requirements as a town? I want the town attorney to do that, to explain what the process is. The RTM did their work. They wrote it. Whether they knew what they were doing, whether they didn't. I was on the RTM for a while. We wrote many ordinances. People didn't understand what they were doing. Oh, 6 months later, I didn't know that that's what that meant. I didn't know what the blight ordinance meant. They passed it, though. What I need is the town attorney to come before us to explain legally what are we required to do. Secondly, what I'd like to do is get Mr. Hurley, whoever needs to come before us, whether it's Mr. Cattell, to explain to us what does this really mean as well from their operational side, to tell us what numbers are, when do we think we would approximately start expending costs. So this board has some sense of what that really means, as opposed to, it might be $5 million, it might be $500,000, it might be whatever we want, depending on whether each of the boards approves the money or whether we can afford it, or whether we should start budgeting for it on a yearly basis. Do we need to start putting $5 million in, $1 million in, and having a category for that in our operating budget? That's what I would like our board to get a presentation on.
Okay, we can do that, yeah. And I do want to reiterate what Mr. Curley said, that the ordinance, as I understand it, does require Mr. Hurley to do a safety review and make recommendations. And and we'll have to see what that looks like. But whatever he's going to recommend are safety issues. And I'm sure everyone on this board has an interest in making sure that we are funding initiatives that are really safety issues, because I don't have to tell anybody that we've had fatalities in this town and other things. So I don't view this as, we're going to have a big bill, big pile of nice to have stuff. I think we have to see, I trust that Mr. Hurley will put that together. Maybe he'll seek outside advice like we've done with some other things, to put together a good analysis and to help this board look at it and prioritize it. And then we go from there. We can certainly have Mr. Baldwin come before us. I mean, listen, it's an ordinance. We got to comply with it. The first step is to do a review and a study to see what we need to do. And so we'll do that. We'll go from there. Does that work?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I just don't know what safety means. I don't know whether it means that every road can be traveled at 35 miles an hour.
I don't know.
And that we're going to have to redo 80% of the roads in Greenfield Hill. Maybe that's what that means. And maybe that's going to be a huge number. But I don't know what, the word safety means.
I know. Listen, and it may be that for a road like that, making it safe means painting a stripe down one area. That could be the answer, versus something, very significant and complex like a roundabout. I do know, I've been told that the implementation of this ordinance does make us eligible for some grants that we would not otherwise get. So I think there's a lot of, legs to this thing that we don't all understand yet. And we'll just see, we have to see how this process unfolds. This doesn't really completely have to do with sidewalks here. I see Mr. Testani has his hand up, so I want to get to him if that's okay. Mr. Testani?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to echo a lot of what Mr. Walsh said. My question relative to some of the comments that he made, and forgive me, I don't recall exactly who said that Mr. Hurley already estimated, I believe the number was either 4 or 5 million in initial cost estimates. A, where did that number come from? B, where's the paperwork that corresponds to that estimate? C, does that include any other town required supplement costs, such as police, fire, whatever else would be involved in making quote unquote this RTM dictated street qualifications that were passed in lieu of any kind of Board of Finance input?
Okay, yep, agree. We don't have any of those answers yet, so I think we're speculating here, but I do take the point. And to me, this gets into, the need to have a robust capital plan that has some meat behind it.
Well, Lori, let me stop you there
Has
because
some,
what
some
Lori,
numbers that we can plan around, so.
Lori, I'm sorry. Let me just interject. The question I have was specific to the comment, and again, forgive me, I don't know who made it, about Bill Hurley already estimating that this would cost, this Safe Street or whatever terminology you want to give it, at least 4 million. I'd like to find out, where did that number come from, A, and B, is that just off the top of his head? Did he do some, back of the envelope calculations? How do we?
Understood, Mr. Testani. I just don't think we have those answers until we actually get something before us to look at. So I agree
Okay,
with you.
gotcha. Okay, very good.
We all want
All right,
that,
that's fine.
and whatever that ends up being, I think it's going to be a process, and it has to be the results of that, like any other capital initiative, will have to be incorporated into our capital plan. And I think that very likely these are things that are going to happen over time, because even if we would wish to, we can't do them all at once, so.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll say it's more than speculation, though. I've heard it speculation a couple of times. It's not speculation. Just because there hasn't been anything presented to the board yet doesn't mean it's not legitimate or that it's speculation. These were numbers that were put down. Are they going to be exact? No. But it's like any other budget or any other project. They were estimates done by Mr. Hurley, and we'd be happy, not during this meeting, because this is coming up during a meeting where it wasn't supposed to be a subject during this meeting, so we weren't totally prepared to talk about it, but happy to talk about it more in the future. I just want to dispel this notion that this is speculation. It's
I don't think it's speculation. I think, listen, it came up during this meeting because Mr. Walsh had a question. It's a legitimate question. I think, I don't think it's speculation, but I don't think we have anything in front of us to evaluate. The only thing I know is that in the last capital planning meeting, there was $2.5 million presented by Mr. Hurley in the capital projects plan. So if it's 5 million and something changed and he's got something to put in front of us, we can talk about that when we regroup on the waterfall. But I would like to get back to this sidewalk report if we can. Mr. Cattell, sorry about that. Can we go on finish?
Thank you. So I'll flip over to one where you have, I think not the next page is, you probably, We'll go to the next page also. So this page kind of indicates that a lot of issues with some of these sidewalks are not just the entire sidewalk, but they're point obstructions or problems with it. And this page just breaks down where, whether it's a maintenance issue or you got the trees that are overgrown into the sidewalk, or bushes. But the key ones here to look at is it's broken into obstructions and structural. And the key thing here really is, you see, is the lifting of the sidewalks from the trees. That's your biggest one. Out of 3,000 point locations, you have 1,000 of them that are just strictly from the tree roots lifting them up. So the overall sidewalk may be, well, good condition, and you may have to replace 2 panels or something like that, depending on what it is. But and they further break this report down into actual, numbers by streets and items like that.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Cattell, what do these numbers represent? Events, items? They're like, what is the unit here that we're looking at?
So the specific locations. So you might have,
3,000 locations.
yeah, about 3,000
3,000 points of location. on
locations of
existing sidewalks.
existing sidewalks. So of obstruction or a structural issue of itself, that is specific. So it's a very handy tool actually to even just go after those items to repair.
We move on. When you say lifting, I see that some are tree roots, 475 down below in the last line. But the lifting, is that also like frost heave and things like that?
Yeah, tripping hazards and things like
Tripping
that too.
hazards. Okay. Okay.
So it can be something settled, something lifted from frost heave. You're changing elevation between panel to panel.
Okay.
What were you just looking at?
On the bottom where it says structural, and it lists the points of the different types of under structural.
Yeah, no, I thought you were saying there was detail under lifting.
No, well,
Yeah, okay.
lifting is 1,031.
Got it,
And
yeah, okay.
and Mr. Cattell mentioned tree roots and stuff, but there was also a tree root area,
Oh, I see.
275 down below. And I guess my question was, frost heave, I know happens a lot.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've all experienced, you walk along and there's not a tree next to it, but you got like a half an inch or an inch
yeah.
lip there that creates a problem.
Okay. And when that happens, do you normally come out and replace the whole panel for that, or do you use pavement to kind of create a little bit of a ramp so it's not a tripping hazard?
There's actually several tools.
Okay.
One, you can maybe put some asphalt on it. Not going to look aesthetically nice, but it's going to alleviate the issue until, or at least mitigate your liability. There's companies out there that will shave, if it's concrete, they'll shave down, grind down the sidewalk where the joint is, so that they can do that if your sidewalk's maybe 4 inches thick. They can only go down to, if you have like something that lifted up to maybe 1 3/4 inches, 2 inches, and they'll kind of plane it so that it's not as abrupt change, but more of an easily gradual.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this conversation, but I got to tell you, this last chart is 800% better than here, talking about poor, fair, good. I mean, there's 1,000 things lifting, which to me means a tripping hazard, right? Which goes back to Mr. Cattell's, somebody's suing us, somebody's mother fell, somebody's getting hurt. I mean, that's the real list right there, right? And I'd be willing to bet that most of these are under fair. I mean, just by the pure, percentage, right, in the miles. And it's also funny. I mean, I haven't done the math, but you take how many miles we have and divide it by that 3,000. It's not a whole lot of distance between some event happening. And I know that's just statistics, but that's the real list there. That's what everybody's got to go out and start fixing is that list, right?
Thank you. Yeah, that's an excellent point. Can I just, and so Mr. Cattell, as we, and the reason I'm asking this is just, sort of thinking about my question before about priorities, and I appreciate what Mr. DeWitt just said. When would this work begin to occur? Let's just say this board did approve some surplus or some other financing mechanism for this work. I'm assuming that this wouldn't occur until the spring. Is that right?
As soon as you give me money, right now I have 2 vendors that have been working on sidewalks that have been contiguous to the roads, but as soon as I have the money, I'll keep them working as long as the weather's good.
Okay, so they could continue, to work until potentially December, right? Okay.
Right, asphalt plants usually close around the middle of December. Concrete, you can go a little longer with some additives.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yeah.
Anything
Mr.
else? Anything on the whole report?
Yeah, Mr. Patel, did you want to walk through the last page before we ask?
Question on the last page.
Okay.
Whenever we get to that.
All right.
So the last page was a breakout of what was getting done, and that's with following the 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, and then 1 million, 1 million. And it just kind of breaks out as to, based on what the different type of materials are during those different 5 years.
Okay, my question
Mr. Walsh?
I have on this page is, in the first year, 2024, the thing that stands out to me is that we have a paver project of $1,386,000, from like $387,000. Is that all in one area, or are you just saying the pavers are in such bad shape? Which they get there. I understand that. They're the worst things to like, they just easily can frost heave because, whatever. But I don't see pavers in any other year. So are you trying to get rid of pavers? Can you just explain that?
Well, that's actually replacing pavers, and the lump of the pavers is actually your bluestone, which is an expensive item. A lot of them are cracked, broken up. Some of it, lifted or heaved. Some may be able to be reset. Some have to be completely replaced as you go along. And again, this is what we're replacing in kind. So the bulk of them probably is in your Southport area because it's your oldest part of the town when they had them. There are some other locations that they're scattered about in town also.
Okay, so you're going to keep the pavers themselves. Like your plan is to keep that, not replace them.
No, because if they're cracked and broken, I'm going to have to still replace things that are cracked, their edges are not lining up. Ones that are in good shape can be reset.
Okay.
Ones that aren't have to be replaced. That's
Okay.
So you got to get into the exact, looking at.
Now, I guess my
exact
question is, I might not have been clear
Keeping
with my
pavers.
question. You're still planning on using pavers in those areas. You're not planning on saying, I'm getting rid of the pavers. I'm going to use either concrete or some other.
No, again, this goes kind of basically to where we were replacing in kind of what was there previously.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the board?
The last 2 of the maps, just so you get a sky view of what you're dealing with.
I'm sort of staring at this. Can you,
So
just read this?
if you're looking at this map,
Should we focus on the legend, or is there something else of importance we should focus on here?
the legend is the key thing for the conditions. It kind of tells you where a lot of the problems is. Again, it's, if you looked at what you were mentioning about the bluestone down in Southport, which are a lot of them are in poor and replace conditions issues. But I think it'd be beneficial for you to at least see a map of where all your sidewalks predominantly are. And it tells you predominantly where a lot of your major problems are. It's kind of hard to look on a small item. If you're on your laptop, you can blow it up and kind of zoom in a little bit better. But you can see how it where the issues fall, where's your pretty, ones that are in pretty good shape and where's a lot of work needs to be done.
So is every sidewalk on here highlighted in these light gray lines, or what are those, streets with no sidewalks?
Correct.
Gotcha.
So you can see, looking at the colors, you're basically going from a northeast down to a southwest which is really your density area. Most of your population traffic flow and all is in those areas.
Thank you. Ms. Leclerc?
I don't know, I must be getting old because I can remember that we reset the pavers in Southport sometime during while I've been in office. So would they be completely replaced or would you be just resetting them?
Again, it depends on each paver itself, whether it's cracked and busted up or chipped, or whether if it can be reused. Obviously, that's the one nice thing about pavers. If you can just reset them, recreate them if they're lifted or something like that. But then there's also a lot of replacements as you go through it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? Okay, well, Mr. Cattell, thank you. This was an excellent presentation. Appreciate you being here. And I'm sure we will talk again soon.
I'm sure of it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, John. It was great.
Yeah, thank you, John. It was a great presentation.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 4, discussion of Penfield's Pavilion. We had an update on Penfield at our October board meeting. And at that time, we had asked Mr. Bremer to come back to the board by this evening with another update. I know specifically one of the things this board was interested in was getting an update on the project costs based on the bids that had come in versus the estimates that were put before us in the spring and the funding we had approved at that time. I was told last week that Mr. Bremer did not have an update for us, and also told a day or two ago that he was unavailable for this evening. But we kept this item on the agenda nonetheless because the pavilion, it's been blocked off with fencing, there's construction vehicles there, activity going on, and I know we've had questions from residents, and I know some board members have questions about the status, so if nothing else, we can get those questions on the record tonight. There is a brief memo from Mr. Bremer in the backup materials on page 11 of the PDF, and I'm not sure if that answers anyone's questions, but if there are questions, I'll just open it up to the board for discussion. Mr. Stark?
I don't know if there's anyone here who can answer this, but the second to last paragraph says that that Deep and FEMA have asked the town to communicate the Penfield project to residents via mail. I'm guessing that doesn't mean all residents. Do we know who needs to be contacted?
Yeah, no, I don't know the exact answer to that. I assume it would be residents in the area who are, more or less directly affected by it.
Okay. Just for the record, any open questions, can you make note of those so we can make sure we have those? Other questions? Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a few. I don't have them prepared in a list, and I don't know if it's something that perhaps we can submit after the meeting as another follow-up. I have to say I'm extremely disappointed that Mr. Bremer's not here to provide an update. This is a really important project to this town, and look, I understand that this board's purview and my role on this board is limited to the financial aspects of this project, but I think this project is potentially going to put this town in a lot of financial jeopardy. I think there was a lot of tension around this issue back in the spring when we were up against the deadline to approve funding and move forward with the plan. But there were some open questions that were to be addressed after we got back from our summer break, and then those, Mr. Bremer didn't join us for a meeting until the fall. I expected him to have answers to a lot of questions at our last meeting, but he was not prepared with information regarding potential costs. He mentioned that he needed more time to gather the bid information, which I respect. I understand he extended the deadline on some of the bidding for one reason or another. But he had mentioned that he needed a couple of weeks, and that was 3.5 weeks ago, which is why I specifically asked for him to return for the November 1st meeting. And I'm extremely disappointed that he's not here to provide answers about the costs. Some of my questions, but not limited to, are focused around the 50/50 valuation issue. We know that we've got roughly a $7.2 million building. We know that we have roughly $3.6 million that we can spend before we run into a really expensive and big problem. And if my notes from our last meeting are correct, Mr. Bremer mentioned that the plan for addressing the foundations was revised, that they were no longer going to cut out and lower the cross beams that everyone's so familiar with, but instead they were not going to replace them at all, but they instead were going to add more pilings. That to me seems like it's a pretty big change. I don't know what the costs are around that change. If it's a less expensive alternative, I wonder why we didn't consider that in the first place. If it's a more expensive problem, I imagine that we're running into an even bigger problem, or potentially running right up against that 50/50 valuation. So, I'm going to say it again. I'm really disappointed that Mr. Bremer's not here to provide.
I think we got the point, Craig. Why don't we move on?
No, go ahead. I want to make sure we get these questions on the record, because we did.
He said 3 times that he's disappointed, Lori. We got it.
That's okay. I don't stop anybody else from repeating themselves.
Commentary for when he's here to defend himself. Why don't we do that?
Well, he had an opportunity to be here to defend himself.
But he's not. So why don't we wait?
That was his choice, and it was a bad choice.
To defend himself. Say it to his face, Craig.
Enough.
I'd like to.
Mr. Curley, you have the floor. Go ahead. Ask your questions.
I'd like to formally ask that Mr. Bremer be on the agenda for our next meeting, and I will gladly provide a list of questions for him to address in advance of that meeting. But I expect him to be here with answers. I think the town, this board, deserves that, and the town residents deserve that as well. I think it's frankly irresponsible for him to start the process of staging the project and starting the remediation work when he hasn't even provided information regarding the bids that were received and whether the updated forecasts for the project are going to stay under this $3.6 million cap in the categories. The other big concern is that we know in total this is an $11.6 million project if it stays at the estimated levels from the spring. But that breaks into 3 categories: $5 million for field remediation, $3.5 million for building renovations, and roughly $3 million for the foundation work. But I still don't believe that FEMA is going to accept that we're going to exclude 2 of those 3 categories from the 50/50 valuation. I asked Mr. Bremer at the last meeting if he was going to get that confirmation in writing from FEMA, and he said no. I'm really struggling with that. So I think we've got a problem. I'm happy to provide more detailed questions in advance of our next meeting, but I have to hope that we'll be able to have someone here who will be able to address these questions.
Okay, thank you. And we'll just add those questions to the record. Can you respond to those questions?
In a sense, I can respond to them. I think one thing that I can definitely respond to is the And I get it, you know, you're seeing activity down there, seeing tape up and machinery or whatever. But that's not related to the Penfield building or the remediation underneath. Those are hot spots that are around near Penfield, but not part of the Penfield project. This is part of the 40 sites, and so that's why those things are there. I'll say that for Mr. Bremer, whether he was here or not, he wouldn't be able to answer your question. We just don't have those answers yet. So he could be here, but you know, we're still, they're still in negotiations, as he pointed out in his memo, and those things take time, and sometimes they don't, you know, whether he said 2 or 3 weeks before, you know, sometimes it takes longer.
So let me ask a more specific question then. And I recognize that Mr. Bremer's not here and you may or may not know the answers to this, Mr. Schmidt, but when was the original bid deadline and what was it extended to? And are we past both of those dates? And if so, why don't we know what the estimated cost would be?
I don't know the answer to those questions.
Okay, I thought the original bid dates were August. I don't know what they were extended to, but,
I think at our meeting, I thought he said, Mr. Bremer said that they extended them till I think the beginning of November, because I believe he said, and we can look at the tape, that they were getting a lot of action on the bids, and so they wanted to extend it longer. I think that's what he said, if I recall correctly.
That was my recollection as well, Mr. Mottola, but I also recall that he had mentioned that he needed a couple of weeks to compile those bids, and he needed a couple of weeks from our last meeting.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that the second bid deadline has passed, and he has had the time to compile those bids, and he's not here to present that information.
okay. And so we can have those questions. I think the other thing that would be interesting with these extensions is, do we get any clarity on how this affects the timeline? Given that, because if we're not starting, I think originally the construction was supposed to start, you know, we heard September. Now we're still evaluating bids and we're not doing anything, so I'm going to guess that's going to push the timeline out. So that would be a good thing to understand when we get our update. Are there any other questions that we want to make sure, Mr. DeWitt?
More of a comment. I want to follow up on what Mr. Stark said about this mail, because I hadn't read that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And I think you made a statement about, you know, are we going to mail the people who, the residents are affected? Let me tell you something. We're all affected, right? I don't live in that neighborhood. You don't live in that neighborhood. I want a letter that says, here's what's going on at Penfield. I'm sorry. I mean, some people are directly affected, right? But, you know, if we're going to really hold true to this, if we're going to send mail out to just the beach area, I think we're doing the town a disservice, right? And speaking from someone who's done this 3 times, and I think Murray would agree, more information is better. Even if you have a 5-minute update, because I didn't know, Mr. Schmidt gave me some information I didn't know. I didn't know we were working on hotspots there. I've seen that note a couple times. I didn't know that we were dealing with hotspots. No, I thought we were like digging up the place. When I read something about hotspots, I thought that meant we were under the building remediating stuff. But it doesn't sound like that. And I don't want to put Mr. Schmidt on the spot because it's not his job to give us this update. But it's clear that any update we get is going to be appreciated, even if maybe some people don't think it's a big update.
Agreed. I would just say too, I think, you know, we talked about a building committee for this project or a lack thereof, and we can have a debate about whether a building committee would have been helpful or not. But one thing a building
In the past.
I know, but here's the thing, two comments. One thing it does do is it provides transparency, because right now we have a project that has a lot of history behind it, and we don't know, at least with a building committee, something like what Mr. Curley talked about, where basically the entire plan has been revised because, you know, we got bids and the engineer said, hey, you can't do what you think you're going to do. It's kind of a big deal. And we don't know what that means. And so that's just the sort of thing that I think, in the absence of a building committee, having these kind of updates, I think, is helpful, particularly with a building like this one that we've been down a long and painful path with. The other question that I did have, I know there were questions about insurance, but never really, I don't think we ever got a straight answer about, the insured amount is in excess of the cost that we approved. And I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to that, if we just insured it for extra, or if that's an indication that the cost is higher than what, or the, presumed cost is higher than what we think it will be. So just, these are the sorts of things that I think will be helpful to get in an update. Ms. Marmeen, you have another question?
Yes, you got to some of it, but again, referencing what Mr. Curley said in terms of the foundation change, I would like specifically to get more detail on the difference between what we originally approved money funding for to the change and backup on that change to the foundation. It's frightening to me that it was, I don't want to be casual about a change like that. I want to understand what that change was brought about by, and as you mentioned, Ms. Charlton, the potential cost related to it. And because there is not a building committee looking at this, I mean, it seems to be a change that was made with very quickly, and I don't want to be cavalier about it. I really want to understand the details behind that change. And I would also agree with you that a building committee in this situation might be helpful. Obviously, we've gone down this road before, and it caused issues, but I'm concerned with the lack of information, basically.
Thank you, Ms. Marmeen. Mr. Mottola?
Yeah, I supported this project, to still support it, and I want it to be successful. I agree with Mr. DeWitt. This should just be on our agenda every couple of months. And it behooves the administration to just give us an update. I have no idea why any one single person would want to take on this project by himself, given its history. I said that months ago. What are you doing? Why would you? Because if something goes wrong a little bit, you're going to get your rear end kicked, right? And so, apparently that's the direction that the administration's going. And Mr. Bremer, whether it's good or bad, hopefully it's good, as that he's in charge of this project. And God bless him, but the history of this project, if something goes wrong, I'd rather have 2 or 3 or 4 eyes on it all the time. That's just me, but that ship sailed. So to me, you should be giving us as much information as possible, regular updates to this board of selectmen, the RTM, and the residents, obviously, of the town of Fairfield. So, I mean, that's my advice to this administration. If there's a different administration, I know we have an election in a week, that would be my exact same advice to them too. So.
Yeah, and the administration does not disagree with you. And as the chairwoman pointed out in the beginning, the last update was in October. It's November 1st. So, they've been doing, I know that Tom Bremer's been doing monthly updates to the Board of Selectmen, which, we assume that that's part of giving an update to the residents. So there, we have been given regular updates. With regard to the mailing costs money. It costs the town money. So we could, depending on the universe that you want to mail to, it could be $3,000, could be $10,000. And so there is a cost to that. And, trying to figure out what's the, where it's most efficient and who's mostly looking for the money. I get what you're saying. I know, especially financially, it affects the entire town. But there are clearly some residents who are more affected than others.
Thank you. The one other thing and maybe this gets back back to my question on the timeline, but for our next update, if the timeline is changing due to the bids being delayed, and not delayed, but extended and reevaluated, the flood study, I know that was the flood, yeah, that which we funded, and I think that's never got off the ground or hasn't gotten off the ground yet, but I thought I heard a December timeline for that. So I also, Mr. Schmidt, thank you for pointing out that we're not dealing with the building now, we're dealing with hotspots there, because I also, when I take my morning walks, walk by there every day and see a lot of construction vehicles and assumed that there was remediation going on or something. And I know just from comments from residents, I think a lot of people assume that. So that's a good piece of information. But I think it is good to know that we potentially have an opportunity to get this resiliency study done. And, given this whole timeline, hopefully that's completed before we actually break ground on this project. So for the next update, that would be helpful as well. And to your point about the Board of Selectmen updates, I get it, and I watched some of those meetings, but I think the questions that were asked here are different. These are not the type of updates that the Board of Selectmen has gotten, so that's part of the reason I wanted to just be very specific about what the board's looking for, so that everyone can, we're not sitting here when Mr. Bremer does show up and peppering him with questions that he's not prepared to respond to. The questions are on the record, and when we meet again, we can hopefully have a comprehensive update that answers these questions and kind of gets everyone comfortable, especially given the significant, or I think I agree with my colleagues, it does seem like a rather significant change in the actual engineering specs of this thing. So any other questions from the board before we move on? Mr. Walsh.
Jared, do you know whether have received the insurance required? Because the last report, Mr. Bremer said we were close. So I just don't know. I'd like to get that issue just to know whether that's been completed or not completed. And I didn't know whether CFO, you knew that, what that was?
Yeah, I'll find out if the policy is in hand or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quickly on that, I thought we got an email from Mr. Bremer with the actual, didn't I? I think I asked for the deck sheet and that information. I think we got it.
I might have missed it, John.
And
Maybe I missed it. I don't mean to.
We did get something, and that was the source of the question, because the amount of the policy was higher than the amount of the funding for the project. So that was my question. Is there a reason for that? Or was it just for cushion, or was that, was there?
It could be for various reasons.
Yeah, and I don't know what the reasons are. I'm not implying anything. I just didn't know if we had information based on preliminary bids that came in that this thing was going to be more expensive than we thought. So that's
If the whole building and the foundation's taken out by something that we need to replace everything.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but
there is, I'll check my emails again on that. I think that was when I was chairing the meeting, and maybe a few days later, we got the information, and I thought I sent it out.
probably did go out.
The Board of Finance, all your emails, and so I'll double check to make sure you got it, but I'm positive I sent it out.
my other comment I just wanted to make was about the building, doing a building committee. And I will tell you, I've lost a lot of faith in that process over the years a little bit. But I tell you mainly on this project, because we saw a building committee, some people being professional people in the construction business, some people just being residents. And we saw them being told what they had to do pursuant to FEMA regulations. And they didn't follow that. And here we are, $11 million later, because a building committee had the power to build the building any damn way they wanted to build it. And they did. And now we're here rebuilding it. Not because a storm came in and took it out, but because FEMA came and said, no. Not only are we not going to pay you the, what was it, Jared, $3.5 million? Or how much was FEMA? 4.3, something like that. Or not only did we lose the money, $4.3 million for those haphazard decisions on their own part, despite being told what they needed to do. But now FEMA can enforce against us, possibly affect flood insurance rates for the entire town, all because a building committee did not want to do what they were told needed to be done. So I've completely lost faith in that. I would rather it be a professional building committee of owners, reps, some outside engineering company. I want insurance policies because I want to be able to sue people for a lot of money to get back the money if there's a problem. So I want professional people. I no longer trust just haphazardly people being chosen, or somebody just wants to go on because they want to have their name on a bronze plaque at the beginning of the building. I want true professionals. I no longer trust the process. I can't, I can't anymore. These things cost too much money.
And just to be clear, the only point I wanted to make with the building committee, and I tried to preface it with that, is that building committees hold public meetings and there's transparency. And so in lieu of having a building committee, what the board has been asking for, I think these questions are indicative of that, is that process to get updates, to provide transparency on what's going on, I think is helpful. And I wouldn't advocate that for every project, but let's face it, this is a special project. It's got a history. It's a big one. For a project of this size, with the risks associated with it, it's a unique endeavor. Even our construction manager told us that. He's never actually done something like this on a beach. I think that it's helpful to have that transparency. That was my only point, not suggesting we revisit that. So I hear you.
And but I think we could have a professional building committee, not even call it a building committee, with professionals that need to, be, number one, insure us against errors and omissions that they make, but also have to appear before the public to be able to answer questions on some regular basis and be paid for their time. If the engineer is going to charge $500 an hour for attendance, because that's what he gets, I understand it's worth it to the public to be able to ask the question. But we've gone too far. We've lost way too much money on this process, and it needs to be corrected, and hopefully that can be done in the next year.
Right, thank you. I think everybody appreciates that perspective, and, so just looking for more transparency. So I do want to wrap this up, but Mr. Crowley, last question?
Yeah, real quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just agree that the more updates we can get, the better. I also understand your point, Mr. Schmidt, that Mr. Bremer is providing monthly updates to the Board of Selectmen, but I also agree with you, Madam Chair, that the updates that I'm looking for and this board is looking for are different than what is being given to the Board of Selectmen. I think we're all focused on the financial side of things and the numbers associated with this, and that's not always what the updates are with the Board of Selectmen. I also agree that it's helpful to know that the work being done is related to the hotspots. I was not aware of that, so that I agree that is good. That is a good update. Do we know who is doing that work?
I don't know the name of the contractor, but all that information was in the memo that they were working on hotspots. That was part of the memo that he provided.
Okay, I didn't see him there, but I'll double check. And then also, you mentioned December for the flood study, the resiliency study. Do we know if that is on schedule to start in December?
I don't know the timing of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 5. To hear, consider, and act upon a request from the Chief Fiscal Officer to transfer $109,132 from General Fund Contingency to various accounts in fiscal '24 for department head settled contracts. We do not have backup for this item, so I may read something into the record when we vote for this. The accounts that we're transferring to we're not in the backup and they're not in the agenda. We did receive an email. It's not available for the public. I'd be happy to flash it on the board, but I'm not sure. I don't know if that's necessary or not, but I just want to make sure that all board members actually have that schedule. So the first one, there's a whole bunch of departments where these transfers are going to, and the transfers total to 109,132, which is the amount on the agenda. So do all the board members have that? Okay, yeah, sure. Can we put it on the screen, Jared?
Madam Chair, just as a
Okay.
point of order, Robert's rule says, I believe you have to make a motion to put it on the floor.
I'll
formally.
defer to, I'm going to defer to Frank to talk about this. And Frank, are you able to share? Yeah, there we go. I think Frank can share his document, or the tech guys can share it. And just to be clear, this is a transfer of funding. This doesn't change the budget at all. We're not asking to spend more money. This is just, we put the money aside to begin with in contingency. Since then, contracts have settled. This is how it's settling out, and these are the accounts that it's going to. So, this is mostly technical in that sense.
Agreed. Just to be clear, the board needs to know what we're voting on, where we're transferring this money before we transfer. So that's what's on the screen. And does anybody have any questions about this? Mr. DeWitt?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess Frank, is this the first $109,132? Is this 100% to close contracts that we've been accruing money in contingency?
Yeah, this just reflects what was voted on by the Board of Selectmen for salaries for department heads. But this amount, the full 109,132, would have been held in contingency.
So these are increases to payroll for department heads. So
Correct.
this is not contractual.
Budgeted? They were budgeted, correct.
Budgeted in contingency, yeah.
Okay, so budget head increases that we've already accrued in contingency and is in the budget.
We're budgeted in contingency, correct?
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Curley?
Yeah, is the transfer equal to the budgeted amount, or are there differences to what was budgeted?
The transfer is equal to the budget amount for this. For the fire, the transfer is different than the budgeted amount, and I can go over that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question.
Ms. Leclerc?
What is the current balance in contingency? We have enough money to cover these transfers.
Yeah, so the balance after these transfers would be $277,308, and that's related to, there's some left over, and it's just related to a different contract.
Thank you. Other questions, Mr. Matola?
Frank, are some of these, it says department head settled contracts, so some of these department heads are members of unions, is that correct?
No, these are all salaries that should.
What are they? I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. These are all these were all approved by the Board of Selectmen. There's no union members here. The language that I used in the agenda.
So you just said they were approved by the Board of Selectmen, is that correct?
Yeah, some of them need to be approved by the Board of Selectmen, and some of them need to be at the discretion of the first selectwoman.
All right. And are they retroactive to July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matola. Other questions?
Can we
Mr. Walsh?
budget for him to get a better microphone?
I thought we were,
I would prefer that we put these in the budget book next year instead of going through this.
maybe we could put it at a surplus or something like that.
I would be there in person,
Questions from
but
the
I
board?
got a newborn here, so.
Okay, so again, typically when we vote on something like this, if there was backup, we would vote to approve this based on what is laid out in the backup. So we don't have backup, we have this memo. So as we vote to approve this, help me out here. Do I need to read all of these into the record? Or-
Technically, I don't think the motion is before, I don't think you asked to put this before us.
Oh, did I not? Okay,
I don't think so.
all right.
She did not.
Okay, thank you. So before we vote, okay, so let me have a motion to put this item before us for a vote. Mr. DeWitt, seconded by Mr. Curley. Okay, so now that this item is before us, if it's a, Mr. DeWitt, comment?
The only thing I'd comment to get through the vote is the motion on the agenda says, from general contingency to various accounts. If we're okay with the various accounts as listed in the attachment that the CFO sent us at, 7 PM this evening, I mean.
And make that attachment part of the record.
Yeah, I think the attachments, so if the attachments are part of the minutes, then that would be okay. So why don't we do that? And I know too, for the purposes of our CAFR, like, the approval by this board is what our auditors will look at to match these amounts, because these are actually going to be entries in our financial statements. So,
Do you have these, Prue? They're not in your paper. We have to make sure that.
She was on,
Oh, so you
it was on the email.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
But
email
she
came
didn't
at
get-
about 7.
But we didn't give her hard copies of it.
Okay.
okay, so we'll take a vote on this motion, and for the record, the approval will include the schedule that's in the email that's before everyone. Ms. LeClaire?
I don't want to hold up the vote or anything tonight, but getting this report emailed to us at 7 something, it just makes it really unnecessarily hard on us.
I know.
And I'd like to request that maybe in the future, we don't vote for things that we don't have in time to review at least 24 hours.
Appreciate that. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. One, on that point, I agree. It's always hard when we get back up late. But I'll ask either you, Mr. Schmidt, or you, Frank. It doesn't seem like this would be something that was a surprise or late developing. Is there a reason why we got it so late in the process?
Can everybody hear me better now? I switched to my phone.
Yes.
Yeah, so the answer is there was really no intent to leave it out. This is something that we do for, all the contracts. I just think it was just something administratively that didn't get in there. I looked at the backup, it was a large packet. So it was meant to get in there. It just didn't make it. And we were kind of both surprised that it wasn't in there. So
That's fine. Oversights happen. That understand. I just didn't know if there was a specific reason. And the other point that I want to make is in the motion on the agenda, it talks about various accounts. But just to clarify, this is all this is all going from account 5810 in the general contingency fund to account 51010, which is the regular payroll account in various departments, correct? But it is all in one account and not various accounts. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I think the transfer and what we vote on is we would vote on having to transfer items between departments.
It technically is going to multiple accounts, but the same object.
Right, but it's
I may be
between,
able to-
because
I
normally
may
if we
be
go
able to
between
provide-
departments, we vote on that. Like we typically, if we vote on transfers, if we had an overage or if we had excess money in DPW and we're moving it to police or something, that's what we would vote on. So here, we're going from contingency to whatever this is, 15 different departments here. So,
Yeah, but it's the same object, I guess, because to the point,
Right.
if we were just moving stuff wrong, we would say general contingency to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fees and professional services. It's all the same object, which I think is a valid point.
the
Because
worry-
it's all going to payroll, right, Frank?
right, but I think we would
Yeah.
have to do the transfer between departments. So it's the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
line item, but
absolutely.
we're transferring to departments. So I take Mr. Curley's point on that. Okay,
If the worry's over the technical language, I would just say that in the general ledger, the long GL account is the org and objects, which is what you see. So
yeah, and
like,
typically when we
technically,
get the
way you're
backup,
seeing it-
we are provided with, the detail of that so we can see what account and department it's going to. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I guess technically this was on the, I'm not sure why this is an oversight on my part, but we had this, we were going to take public comment on this. I don't see anything. So, seeing nothing, we can move to a vote. So, all in favor? Sorry? Jack
Aye.
and Sally.
I just voted aye. That's all.
Yeah, all right. Let's state the motion we're voting on first. So all in favor of approving the request to transfer $109,132 from general fund contingency account in the agenda to various accounts which have been provided to the board and will be noted in the record. For fiscal '24 for department heads settled contracts. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Okay, it is unanimous, 9-0. Okay, thank you. Great, thank you, Brew. Okay, so we're going to move to item 6, to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the chief fiscal officer to transfer $1,401,755 from the general fund contingency to various accounts in fiscal '24 for fire arbitration award. Can I have a motion to hear this item? Mr. Mottola, seconded by Mr. DeWitt. Okay, the item is before us. This item is the same situation. We do not have backup. We have an email that has the description of the various accounts. There are less of them. They are all part of the fire department, and they are various accounts within the fire department budget that range from regular payroll to 6 different overtime accounts and holiday pay in the total amount of $1,401,755. And all board members have this data available, correct? Okay. Questions on this item? Mr. Walsh?
So these amounts have not been paid yet to our fire personnel? Like the salary?
They have been.
They have been paid.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, didn't we go over then? On certain accounts without transferring it?
No, because the money was in
No.
contingency.
Okay.
So the money was there. This is just a really the technical issue of transferring money
All
from
right.
contingency to those
What
accounts.
would happen if we didn't approve this item?
We have it's under contract, so it doesn't matter that we have to pay this money out by contract.
The budget would be 1.4 million short as of June 30th of 2024, right?
Yeah, I think the point is ideally we would vote on it before we did the transfer.
I
Right?
guess that's the question.
Yeah.
Should we not have seen this earlier as soon as it was approved?
There was
I would
a
say-
particular concern about getting this funding out to the firefighters as soon as possible, and that's we tried to expedite the funding as quickly as we could.
Okay. I guess when we approve contracts, should we try to get these things before us as soon, like the next agenda, the very next one? Like we approve a contract. Like a contract's approved. Should we not, I don't know, it just made me question whether we had paid the money, because I'm sure they must be going crazy right now if they haven't been paid their money and suing us. I don't know, but whatever, maybe I'm.
I can add to,
We get a lot of pressure when as soon as the contracts are settled to get the money out the door to the employees, understandably, especially in a case where there's an expired contract. And so to the extent that we need to delay that for a vote by the Board of Finance, it's going to delay the payment to the employees.
Yeah, I guess I guess I understand that. I guess my question is more, should the policy be as soon as the RTM approves a contract, should it not come before us at the very next Board of Finance meeting to approve this and move the money? I guess that's the
can
question.
anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just kind of want to respond to that. So in theory, for like the simpler contracts, you could, but for example, approved in contingency for the fire department was 1.5 million, and what we paid out was the 1.4. So if you just transfer the whole amount, before we do the retro, I haven't done the hard calculations. What we have in contingency is all of an estimate. So what you could end up doing is you could, approve an amount, that amount that you approve to transfer is over what you actually need. And then if you want to keep it in contingency, you have to pull it back. And there's really no way of me having a firm number until I went through and I've calculated, I've done the retro calculation, or somebody's done the retro calculation. So
Yeah, I just to,
be...
I don't think anyone was advocating for that. I think listen, we've all heard about this. The calculation took a long time. The payout took a long time. And so, the firefighters were understandably unhappy with that. And so the town made the decision to pay out this amount as soon as the calculation was done. I think Mr. Walsh's question, which I agree with, is it would have been ideal if this calculation was available and completed earlier, so that after the OTM, we could have come before us, we could have approved it, and then it would have been paid.
Actually, I just want to clarify my position. I don't really know that the firemen were mad about it, so I just want to be clear. That's not the reason for my question. So was the retro amount just calculated? Is that what I'm missing in this whole thing? Like, was it just like
the
in
retro
3
amount,
weeks or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Recently.
That makes a lot more sense to me. So I did not know. I'm just presuming that it was done months ago. So that's why I'm asking why we're doing it here on November 1st.
No, and it was first it was very complicated.
Okay.
And there was a whole process with Frank doing a lot of the calculations, bringing the union representatives into the mix so that they can review along the way and make sure that any mistakes are caught before the payments go out, so that we don't end up with a situation where we're having to go back and pay $10 more to somebody or $100 here, that everything is settled from the beginning. So there were a lot of checks and balances, a lot of people involved, because it was really complex.
Okay. Then I kind of withdraw what I said, because it was kind of contemporaneously comes to us right after it was made. So I appreciate that. I just didn't know that it was taking this long. Thank you.
Okay, well, good. I mean, I'm sure everybody's happy to have this chapter behind us and get this retro paid and get them the money that they were owed. Mr. Matola?
So just someone help me here. Just generally when a contract is settled, but it's let's say it's late and we put money away in contingency. Do we, and I don't know the answer to this, do we normally wait until we vote to transfer the money before the money's paid out, or is the money just generally paid out and then we vote on the transfer?
Generally, the money's paid out first.
Okay. And just to confirm, so these are the exact dollars that were paid. This is the exact
so
amount
of the 1.4,
account $1,401,755.
so of the 1.4, this only relates to fiscal 24. for all the retro for the prior fiscal years, that would be from accrued salaries. So this is just the portion that's related to fiscal year 24. And so of fiscal year 24, because we paid the retro out on the retro goes up to 8/31 because that's when their rates changed. About 200,000 is related to kind of like a retro payment, and the remaining 1.2 is what I would expect them to be over by the end of the year based on that experience at 2 months at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Did everyone understand that? Okay. So what was the total payment then that was made for the retro, including what was accounted for in accrued payroll?
The total payment amount that was made for retro for FY22, the retro amount was $335,000, and in FY23, the retro amount was $683,000. And like I said, for FY24, because we didn't adjust the rates in Munis until around the 31st of August, they got retro on 2 months. So 200,000 was related to that 2 months. But this transfer here is just related to fiscal year 24. It's got nothing to do with what we retroactively paid for fiscal 23 and fiscal
That's a
22.
good question.
So do we need to do a transfer for the 22 and 23 then? Or vote on something?
No, because you would have made those transfers from contingency, or you would have accrued the salaries that we estimated to be paid in retro for that fiscal year into your accrued salaries account. So it would have been expensed in the year it was incurred, and then you would hit the accrued salary account when you pay out the retro for those prior fiscal years. It's a different mechanic. It's a different accounting.
I think I understand this, but can I just ask you this in accounting language? So the contingency transfer, so the contingency is an expense, it's a budget line item. And when we budget for contingency, the balance sheet account it sits in is accrued salaries, right? So the total amount that gets paid out for a prior year is accrued salaries, but the contingency portion represents just the current year because that's a transfer between budget expense accounts in the current year.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. And the reason that's the case is because if that wasn't the case, if it didn't go into accrued salary, we would have to rebudget contingency every year that it wasn't paid out. So we don't do that. If we budget contingency and the retro doesn't happen, we don't rebudget it because that money is sitting in the accrued payroll balance sheet account. Think of the contingency account as kind of the expense side of the entry, if you will. Does that make sense, Mary?
I'm not quite sure. So when we do the transfers at the end of the year, we move it from contingency to accrued payroll.
Yes, for prior
If
fiscal
it
years.
doesn't, if the contract doesn't settle.
Right. Contingency, I don't think the contingency is the balance sheet account, right? I think that's it. It goes into accrued payroll. That's the balance sheet account.
Could
Go
I
ahead.
make a
Yep.
request?
Yeah, that's correct.
I remember in the past when we have these large contract settlements, normally we get a little analysis that shows what the amount per year was and the total cost. Can we get something like that put together and sent to our board?
I can send it to you. I can just share this now. This is just kind of a high level. Sorry, all right. So let's make this full screen. So this is just kind of an overview of what was settled and where. So for FY22, you can see contingency budgeted was 299, actual was 334. And that was because there's a lot of mechanics as part of the town's like last best offer, so the percentages may not mess up, but I would more focus on the amount here. What we budgeted in contingency versus what we had in actual.
Okay, so we actually paid the firefighters more like 2.5 million or 2.4 million according to this, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
they would take then the
if you-
retro
at
from
the
the
end
two
of-
prior years, and this, because this is just the current year transfer, for the current year contingency budget, and the total of those three numbers is what these guys actually had coming to them. Yeah, wow, that's a big number.
as a result of the contract, it's what
Yeah.
they're going to get through the end of fiscal year 24, correct?
Okay. No, because what we're, and this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, what we're saying is that, yeah, the contingency account we're transferring from is like the P and L account. That's the budget appropriation. And so that only relates to the fiscal 24 amount. Those other amounts are on the balance sheet because they were budgeted in contingency in prior years. So they're coming out of accrued payroll, so we technically don't have to transfer
Technically, we
those.
approved
Yeah.
those already, or the administration.
Yeah,
approved.
these would have
Yeah,
been
yeah,
moved to accrued payroll already.
Yeah, it's a little odd,
35 and then-
because I would think that, yeah, it's definitely a little odd that we wouldn't have to approve the entire transfer, but I think this is what we've done in the past. Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and now it's time to geek out on the accounting. So this is fun stuff. So I'm fine with.
You guys have debits and credits.
Debits and credits, some accounts. Don't get me started. Okay, so fiscal year 23 and 22, those amounts have been transferred, recognized on the income statement and parked on the balance sheet until they're paid, right? So my question is related to the balance on the balance sheet for fiscal years 22 and 23, because the is budgeted and therefore moved to accrued salaries is not equal to the actual. And what was budgeted and what moved to the balance sheet is less than the amount that was actual for those 2 years. So I imagine that there would be about $30,000 to $35,000 expense, that shortfall that would need to be recognized in the current years. Is there something else on the balance sheet in that accrued salary that's covering that
So within,
35,000?
this kind of gets to last year's past adjustment and that cushion in the accrued salaries account. So there was a cushion within accrued salaries to absorb these variances.
35,000 is not a huge variance, so I imagine that any amount of a cushion should cover that. So that's good to know. Okay, I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Frank, at the last line, I presume that means department head, is that correct? DH, or is that some other abbreviation?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's department head.
Okay. So if I'm looking at
Okay, good.
these numbers then for under the fire and what we had budgeted into contingency versus what we're actually paying out, we saved money, right? Right?
Yeah, well, 10 months out of the current fiscal year haven't occurred yet. So when I did, basically how I estimated what we would transfer from contingency to the fire department for the remainder of fiscal 24 is I looked at that two months of back pay at the start of fiscal 24. I looked at what the difference was, what they made versus what they would have made. The difference between that is the actual. That's for 2 months out of a 12-month period. So I kind of took that difference and used it to estimate the rest of the year. Now, if I use that experience from the beginning of the fiscal year and say they're a little bit light on overtime, the actual number could be higher, in which case we would need potentially another transfer. So this is my best estimate. So as of right now, it appears we're saving money based on what we put aside. But I wouldn't be able to tell you for sure until the end of the fiscal year.
All right. Could you fill us in at the end of the fiscal year? Because it's looking like
Yes,
this
I will put
arbitration worked out well for us.
I will put a note to fill you guys in.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
And-
so just to, and before we vote, so the firefighters have been paid their retro and they are now currently being paid at the new rates in the contract?
Yep. They've been paid their retro and they are current.
Excellent. All right,
And the extra amount that's in the contingency account from what we budgeted for this just stays in the contingency account, right? We don't clear,
Yeah.
include payroll or whatever, yeah. Mhm.
we don't clear it out. We just keep the extra profit or whatever, the extra funds in there.
I think it hangs out in accrued payroll. That's why we have some cushion in there from time to time.
Okay.
I think, I think that, to your point, I don't think that we made out better in the arbitration. I think the calculation is just the calculation that was made when we did contingency. When it got refined, it turned out to be slightly different, but I think what was meant to be accrued was accrued, it wasn't that something changed there. It was just that when it was calculated, the calculation came out slightly different.
We'll talk a little bit more about this too in the next conversation about surplus, when I give you that update. So that may help give you some more information about the question you're asking, Mr. Walsh.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we ready to bring this item to a vote? Okay.
Definitely.
All right, all in favor of approving the request to transfer $1,401,755 from general fund contingency to various accounts in fiscal '24, as were previously identified to the board and will be in the record, for the fire arbitration award, please raise your hand. Yes.
Aye.
What?
We didn't move it.
We did. We did. No, we have Matola DeWitt, yeah. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous, 9-0. Thank you. Okay, item 7, to hear an update on the fiscal year 23 surplus and to review a proposal for surplus. Again, we do not have backup in the materials for this, so I will turn it over to Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you. I've waited a while for this conversation. Yeah, so there is no backup. There is no vote on this today. This was to have a conversation about where the surplus is and what the uses are. And so we have a proposal that we would, be interested to hear what your feedback is, and then go from there. And so that with the intent being that, and what really kind of has to happen, would be to put this on the agenda on the meeting on the 21st. So if you remember from the last quarterly, the end of the year quarterly that Caitlin gave an update on, that the surplus was estimated right around $9 million. As of today, and there's still a couple of things, we had the auditors in yesterday, and there's still a couple of small items to work out, but the final number is going to be closer to $10 million. And the reason for the difference is mostly two things. One has to do, again, with the leases, and having the auditor look at that and calculate what how that impacts the budget. And then the other piece is the contingency, and how this relates to the accrued salaries is that, right now, so what we could do is pull money out of accrued salaries potentially. We have accrued salaries, so we could allow $700,000 in contingency to go into accrued salaries, but we don't need to. We're already over accrued there. So effectively, we are keeping the about $700,000 in excess accrued salaries as contingency, which would then go to be surplus. Those two things really make up the $1 million difference, going from 9 million to about $10 million in surplus. There were a couple of other minor things, but that's the source of it. As far as the use,
Sorry, so you're saying the over accrual in accrued salaries is part of the 10 million or not part of the 10 million?
we're saying it's part of the 10 million.
Part of the 10 million?
Yes.
And we've had an over accrual in accrued salaries for a long time, I feel like, right? We usually carry some balance in there.
We do.
Got it.
Yep.
All right. I remember one time when we had a big debate on this during the budget, it was like $800,000 a couple of years ago. Okay.
Yeah, and especially recently because we had so many expired contracts that we didn't know where they were going to end up. So we have carried a balance in there. With regard to the use, what we were considering was splitting up the $10 million into 4 different buckets. One of those would be that the $2 million would go to paving in order for us to stay current with the plan that everyone has seen. And I know there were comments made about going from good to excellent. That's not the case. These were roads that are part of the plan. And if you remember, the plan was to use this money in these first few years to do catch-up work. And so that's what this is still going to. We're still on that first part of the plan where we're funding the catch-up work. And so in order to keep up with that, we had the 2 million in operating, which is getting us through the fall. We, in order to continue to keep pace with the plan, we need about another $2 million for the springtime, and that will keep us current. Sidewalks, as I said, we have a pretty good sense of what the replacements and the pours are, in somewhere in the $3.5-4 million range for those. And similar to what happens with paving, when the contractors are out and they're doing the work on the urgent needs, if there are contiguous sidewalks that could be done easily and need the work to be done, those would also be done. So what we're proposing is to take 2 million of the surplus and use that for the first this first go around of sidewalk repairs. When you look at I totally get it, and I agree. When you look at the number of poor sidewalks as a percentage of the overall needs, it's not a lot. But those poor sidewalks are poor, and those sidewalks that need to be replaced need to be replaced. And so that's why we've moved them up and trying to get those done as soon as possible because, and I think Mr. DeWitt pointed to it, there's risk here. And so we're trying to limit that risk, and also just for the character of the town and the look of the town. The risk of delay the risk of delay for tripping hazard and things like that.
Well, we also, the problem when I was looking at that report and you start putting things as poor is the town is now on notice of the condition of those sidewalks. So now any lawsuit that anybody has from a kid who goes over a sidewalk, wheel turns, it's too big of a bump, and hits his head, where you don't know, one of the things you normally have to provide against a municipality is notice. It's great when you don't know, because you could say, oh, we didn't know. Now we know, we'll fix that. Now we have this report. Now we have notice. And it'd be an interesting question for the town attorney of how that's going to change that game on the litigation side. So there's even more of a need to get this done, I think, on the poor side.
Totally.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I don't want to interrupt I want Mr. Schmidt to get through his four items, but part of my question before about the priority is, we said the same thing about town buildings. We had safety hazards. So, I think we got a lot of things, we have other potential issues too. And it didn't mean to imply that this paving plan is trying to get us to excellent. I think I said, I don't know. So I think, as we go through these and think about priority, where is each one of these items getting us? Like, it would be a good thing to get an update of that paving plan to see the current condition of our streets. Are there any more in poor condition that need to be done? For the sidewalks, the 2 million, I'll have to go back to what we looked at, but does that fix the poor and replacement in the first year, or are we still leaving some of the poor and replace ones for the following year? So I'm not asking for this information now. That just, those are some of the things that when we ultimately vote on this and we understand the priority of these items as compared to other things in the capital plan, including other safety issues, I think we should understand what we're doing there. But those were 2 of the 4, Jared. So go ahead.
And so, but to answer your question by the numbers, no, it doesn't get us there in the first year. And we just got this report, and so for us to ask the DPW and contractor to go out and do, $4 million or $6 million worth of sidewalks in half a year, probably couldn't happen. So we're trying to map this out in a way that we're addressing the needs as soon as possible, but within our operational capacity.
All right. So the remaining items?
So we have, First Selectwoman thought it was important, given the needs of the Board of Education, to earmark $3 million worth of surplus for the Board of Education. As it turns out, we received a request from the board for 3 projects that are, things that they want to get done quickly. And they amount to about $3 million. One of those being the continuation of the bathrooms at Ludlow High School, which has an increased cost to it. And each one of these is roughly $1 million. I'll say that right out of the gate. So that's about $1 million. We talked, Angela's talked about the evaluation of phases 2 through 5 of the HVAC, and we heard about what happened to some of the projections in phase 1, that they ballooned. And so there's a cost to getting the more accurate estimates done for phases 2 through 5. And that's about $1 million to take a good look and get in there and see how much those phases are going to cost. So that would be sub-bullet 2 under Board of Education. And the last one was a boiler that's in need, which is also close to $1 million. And so,
Do you mind if we ask questions as you go along?
No, I don't mind. I'm not sure how much I could address.
No, I just, the 3 million for the Board of Ed that you just mentioned, that was on the waterfall to be bonded though this year, right? So are we saying we want to use surplus instead of bonding for those projects?
Correct.
Why would we do that?
Because the bonding requests are very high, and regardless what the surplus most likely is going to get used for something that would otherwise be bonded, unless we find a grant for it. And these would not qualify. Then they'd be bonded for.
Okay, and I don't want to get into too much of a debate about this, but I would just point out, I think what we heard was, these costs went over for Board of Ed. They had 17 million I just pulled up the water. They had a total of 17 million to be bonded, but last year it was only 4. So I thought the discussion we had was when you averaged out the 2 years, they were kind of right within their bonding allocation of 12 million apiece. So I'll just say I'm struggling with this one because I think,
We're updating that because we had a discussion about that, about the current year bonding amount and how that was not correct. And so we're updating that, and that's going to be part of the update that we give to you. So the form, it was more than $4 million.
okay, yeah, part of what, and again, I don't want to belabor it, but I do want to reiterate that we had some pretty scary numbers going forward. And in particular, one of the things we talked about in the capital planning workshop was that the Board of Education was going to be looking for seed money next year to get an accurate estimated cost on Dwight. And whatever that cost turns out to be, it's going to be a lot more than our bonding capacity in any given year. So I guess, and I know I mentioned this during some of the workshops, I was hoping that if we were going to use surplus for Board of Ed, it would be to put money toward starting to address this looming liability we have in front of us rather than just supplanting current year bonding. So I just want to put that out there, but we can, let you finish up and then we can share our reactions.
Yeah, so can I just follow up on what you said?
Yeah.
Because I had the same concern. I mean, it neatly fits the $3 million to get numbers this board desperately needs, which is what is the air conditioning really going to cost? So I like that they want to use $980,000 or approximately $1 million for that. But just like you said, I'd asked at that capital planning meeting that the seed money be moved up to get a better number. Like, are we really looking at the number that they have in their waterfall? Or are we looking at $75 or $80 million based on the geography up there and all that other stuff? So it's their money, I guess, if we give it to them, but I would prefer at least maybe at the next meeting, they come in to talk about that because we need real numbers because of what we're facing going forward, as we've all talked about. I don't want to belabor that right now, but as we talked about earlier tonight, and I think we should talk to them about that. I mean, I know they're going to say, well, you moved it up. Then how accurate is that number going to be when we really plan on doing the project? But we got to think about that. So.
I mean, and it's getting the accurate number, but then once you have that number, we all know there is no bonding capacity this town has that can ever pay for that project. So to me, part of the point of long-term planning is that when you see this in front of you, you have a finance mechanism to do that. And that was my thought. I'm just sharing my thoughts. Surplus is a way to do that. We did it for Penfield. Otherwise, if we're not going to do that for a potential Dwight and Jennings, then I would like to know, before we spend the money on this, what the other idea is to someday be able to afford those projects, because they're not that far away. And, we have to understand that. That is the essence of what this whole plan is supposed to be telling us. I'm sorry, Mary?
As part of that project too, I want to also be able to understand that we truly have to rebuild the whole school, that it can't be renovated
Yeah.
and updated.
Absolutely. I mean, and I have no idea, but from everything we've heard, whether it's rebuild or renovate, it's going to far exceed the bonding capacity, not only for the Board of Ed, but probably for the town as a whole in any given year. So if we don't, and listen, if there turns out to be a miracle and we don't need it for that, we're sure as heck going to need some extra money for the WPCA. So I feel like if we see these things looming in front of us, this is an opportunity to start to get ahead of it. And if we're not going to use the surplus for that, I'd like to understand how we plan to get ahead of some of these other things, because we don't have the room in our bonding capacity. Mary?
So is that an option to us, that instead of if we're unsure, can we just put it in a fund to set aside till we are sure what the biggest priority is?
I mean, that's a discussion, and I think that's why Mr. Schmidt, that's the kind of feedback Mr. Schmidt is looking for. So I want to give him a chance to talk about the fourth item, and maybe we can revert back to this. And Jared, are you also going to talk about fund balance and how much is going to drop to fund balance? Because I think we had put away some money last year for that too. So I do want to hear that.
Yeah, and let me just circle back to the other conversation about the needs of Board of Education. They're all the needs are there, whether it's a boiler now or a school in 2 years. And so the way I'm looking at this is that we have, and I think one of the things that stuck out in what you said was the potential for Dwight, or the potential for another school. That's what they are, the potential. And we have in front of us right now actual costs that we're going to incur. And so that was that was part of the thinking for doing this, and knowing that we're facing an immediate increase in an HVAC project that is in process. That's a large amount of money. So, yes, there are large amounts that are going to be hitting us in 2-3 years. There's a large amount now. So,
But that's not, the question is, should we bond for it now? Like I think what we want to be careful of is not to underutilize our bonding capacity and kind of continue to create a cliff and use surplus. Like, should we take advantage of our bonding capacity to try to keep it at a steady state? Because I get your point. We have needs now, we have needs in the future. Whatever Dwight is, it's not going to be nothing. So I think we have to plan for both. And just like we had no idea what Penfield was going to be, we had no idea what the fill pile was going to be, but we knew it was going to be something. It was going to be something big. So that's my only point. We can't just plan for the current year without considering what we know is going to be the case at some level. We may not know the exact amount, but we know we've got, I don't know, Ms. Vitale's here. How old is that school building? 50 years old or 60 years old? That's my only point. So I hear what you're saying, but I think we have to plan for both at the same time. So just a comment, but we can revert back. What is the fourth item?
And the fourth item is the fill pile / remediation, to continue putting money into that account, because we're still going to need money for the fill pile itself to remediate that.
How much is that?
We don't know for sure still.
But how much your surplus are you proposing to put away?
$3 million.
Okay. Okay, I'd open up for questions and comments.
You want to talk about fund balance?
Yeah, fund balance, sure.
All right, so fund balance, we had, we set aside money into the debt service account with last year's surplus to the tune of about 1.3 million, based on the latest calculation and the latest numbers working with the auditor. We're thinking that we need approximately $300,000 to keep the FY23 fund balance stable as a percentage of the overall budget.
So we need 1.6 in total, you're saying?
No, I'm saying we need only 300,000 of that 1.3 million. It was a smaller number because most of it was coming through the increase in the FY24. This year, as you know, you budgeted the surplus to fund balance of about $1.2 million.
But this is for fiscal 23. This is fiscal 23 surplus where we didn't have any fund balance budgeted, right?
Correct.
So we're saying last year we put away 1.3 and we only need 300,000, so we have an extra million?
I'm saying what we wanted to do was to use some of that money for paving, but you wanted to hold the conversation on paving. So we just kind of set it aside in the debt service. No, I think there was some sense that at least a portion of it would go to fund balance. And so that's what this is doing. That 300,000 of it would need to go to fund balance to keep it at that same level.
Okay, and so the extra million that was set aside in debt service would?
So That could be part of the conversation about
Yeah.
what we do with, funding, pre-funding, school projects. It could also go to Phil Pile. So that's kind of, that's still there and available.
Okay. All right. So I appreciate this conversation. I think it's good that the board gives their input tonight. So Mr. DeWitt, you want to start?
Yep. First, the 300,000 is our do no harm, right? Yes. Okay, good.
Can we get the calculation sheet that Caitlin normally does? Because I'm just don't see how 300,000 is enough, but I'd like to see it in writing so that.
Yeah,
we're all on
we'll
the
have
same
that when we present this to you for a vote. We'll have that for backup.
page. Okay, great.
And by the way, so the 300,000, to the extent that the rest of this money, we have to calculate the do no harm in that as well, right? Because that's going to increase expenditures this year.
You mean the use of the surplus?
Yeah, so the use of the surplus will become an additional appropriation, and so therefore we would have to, the 11.75% would have to be calculated on that, so that might be another million right there, right?
I don't think so.
Well, if it's a $10 million surplus, right, and you've got 11.75 that you're spending, I think, to Jim's point, we should see the actual calculation.
Yeah.
Because it may be that we don't have that extra million. It's iterative, right? Once you use the surplus, you're now increasing your appropriations for the year. So the do no harm has to get calculated on that number. Okay. Mr. DeWitt, sorry.
Thanks. I must have missed something. We're starting with 10 million, 4 buckets, 2 million for sidewalks, 3 million for Board of Ed, 3 million for Phil Pile. I missed 2 million.
Paving.
Sorry, 2 million for paving. Okay. Okay. No, the other thing I wanted to say, when you come before us on the 21st, can we please have an updated waterfall? Because I think we really need to, with these numbers rolled in or rolled out, I guess, right? Because I understand the 3 million for Board of Ed. I don't know if I agree with it if I have to look at all the priorities. And even though we are putting $4 million on the town side, I'm not talking about the Phil Pile here. I'm calling that's kind of agnostic, right? But I feel like we should be doing something more on the town side because we still have these freaking buildings, this building study that we haven't done anything. And I keep coming back to that. We have so many discussions about the Board of Ed. This building needs a roof. We haven't done anything except studied that problem, right? So we could have just the waterfall there. I think that'll give.
When you say study the problem, what are you referring to? Are you talking about the capital needs assessment for the town?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're working on those, and we're, it's not going as fast as we wanted it to, but we're working our way.
But are we spending money fixing things? I thought we spent a lot of money to figure out what we needed to fix. I didn't get the feeling we were.
No, yeah.
Some money to fix things. Maybe I'll just phrase the question a little bit differently, Jared, because I kind of have the same question on that as on the paving. So when we got that Silver Petroselli report, it was like color coded, right? There's like red stuff, red, yellow, green, and we didn't have a lot of detail, but we sort of approved an amount because we said, same thing Jim Walsh just said a minute ago. We're on alert. We have to fix these things, and they got to be done quickly. So I don't know where those things stand, but I guess my question is, with the money we allocated, we sort of allocated a pot of money, and we didn't exactly know how much was going to get fixed with that pot of money. So what would be helpful to understand, to Mr. DeWitt's point on the priority is, do we have enough appropriated to fix all the, flashing red things on that building report? Or do we have the same issues there that we do with sidewalks where we have, safety issues without money appropriated for them? So I think, and same thing with paving, like if we put 2 million to paving, I'm not convinced yet. What is that getting us? Is it getting us from, 4 report fair on, 10 miles of road? Or what exactly is, how are we addressing our priorities within here? I hope I'm being clear, but that's what I'd like to know. Like, which of these are truly important? And the reason I keep harping about paving, listen, I love having well-paved roads. I just want to make sure that we are, given all the things we have in front of us, that the priority is appropriate, because some of these things are in fact safety issues. And so, if maybe, I don't know if we could even do this operationally, but if we really have $3.5 million of sidewalk safety issues, maybe it's more important to do that and put $500,000 in paving. Like, I don't know the answer. I think that's the good discussion to have.
There's a lot there. So,
Yeah.
What's there is that, I think we need information to prioritize these things. So to Chris's point, a waterfall, so we can understand the bonding, that if we're allocating fund balance in lieu of bonding, I want to know that, because I don't like that idea. And in terms of bonding capacity that we have. And two, these things that we want to allocate surplus to, are they in fact our highest priorities, and on what basis are we making that decision? Are sidewalk safety issues more important than, paving, just road improvements that may not be as critical? I'm not saying they are, I just don't know the answer. And I really like the report that we got on sidewalks that sort of categorizes this stuff. I don't think we've seen something like that in paving since that first plan, came up. So maybe at paving right now, we've already addressed all the most critical issues, and we're on the lower priority ones that we have to catch up with. But that's the sort of analysis I think we need.
I'm sorry, Mary. I agree with you on paving. I'm afraid that there's something not on this list. And if to put it simplistically, I don't want to fix all the sidewalks so nobody trips, but then people walk in town hall and fall through a floor.
Exactly.
I mean, right? So, I'm being a little cavalier about it, but I feel like
Same
there's
point,
stuff
yeah.
on the town side
Yeah.
that really needs to be done. That's
Exactly.
really, I can't say it's more critical than paving, than the sidewalks, because I think that's a big issue, but there's other stuff there, I guess, is what.
I think we're all saying the same thing, is how did we come up with the priority list, and can we talk through like how we got to these things? And I'm not saying this was the case, but I just want to make sure we're not throwing a couple $1 million into a paving plan because it happens to be a plan that we have a good plan for. That's all. Mr. Curley.
can I respond? Can I respond?
And that was just, that wasn't, I'm not saying that's the case, Jared.
I know, so can
Yeah.
I respond and tell you if it is the case or not? The capital plan. So we are still waiting for WPCA, that capital analysis. That's a big component to this, because we have that looming number out in the future, and where that's going to be, what the priority of that is. And so are we going to have an updated capital plan by the 21st? I doubt it. And I'm just being honest, because we are waiting on that. I think we have updated numbers from the Board of Education on the cash side. I do want to have more of a discussion with them about trying to distribute that money better. And so that's going to happen. With regard to paving, we're still doing, as I said, we're still doing catch up, and the catch up were the worst roads. And so that's where we're at. You saw the plan. We could probably have more of a detailed presentation to tell you exactly which roads have been done and which ones haven't, but we're still doing roads that need to be paved. And so that is, that's ongoing. I think the last place that we have that on the capital plan is in, I want to say 26 or 27 would be the last phase of that. And then we'd be on sort of the normal glide path of just doing regular paving work. But up until that 6th year, we're still doing catch up, and we're still doing roads that, that have been neglected over the years. The buildings, so you had in excruciating detail the projects that were going to get done in the first, this first go around of the capital needs assessment. That color coding laid out what were the most important projects that needed to get done. And those are the ones that you approved the money for, and those are the ones that we're working our way through, as, you know, as quickly as we can. So that's in progress, but we are, you know, as far as the building, the town building needs that are urgent, we're doing that work, and we based on what the report told us. And we have the approval to do that. We still have funding left in that approval. And that's still underway.
Okay, I think it would be easier when we have it in front of us. So for example, if we paving catch up on poor roads, it would be good to understand what that means. Which roads, like what are we talking about? I didn't think that we had allocated money for all of the important things in the building plan, like Old Town Hall. I'm not sure that was ever part of it, and that is supposedly a big problem.
I'm just telling you, so what the architects came back with was a plan for certain life safety issues.
I know.
That's what we're working on.
I know. And let me just finish though. I realize that we got that, okay, and this was a couple of years ago that plan was put together, and we saw it, and we allocated a pot of money to do a pot of things. What I'm saying is that whatever money we allocated, and I don't remember, it was a couple $1 million. I have no idea how far that money went or how far we've progressed. If you're going to put something in front of us to tell us that old appropriation we made is still adequate to cover all of those issues, that's good. Are there any other, and I don't know the answer to that because things have gotten more expensive. They're taking a long time. So I don't know the answer. So I think we're just looking for an update. And are there other critical building issues that we, that were not covered in that additional appropriation? I only mentioned Old Town Hall because that's, one that we're all aware of. So I hear everything you're saying. I think when this is in front of us, it'll be easier, but I just, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I do think that looking at this surplus allocation side by side with the waterfall, as updated as it can be, is critical because in my mind, with everything that's in front of us, we should be careful with our bonding capacity that we neither overspend nor underspend inadvertently. And that we also are very mindful of beginning to plan for the things ahead of us. We cannot simply ignore the fact that we have these big things in front of us. And if we may not have a $10 million surplus again, so I think we just have to use this opportunity to say, does a piece of that belong to address things that are going to be in front of us? Again, very similar to the Penfield fill pile approach that we took. Let me stop talking. Other comments? Mr. Curley.
I'm going to bring it back to the four categories. I think for the paving, I think we had heard that there was roughly $2 million spent in the current fiscal year in the fall, and that there's operationally no concern about spending the $2 million in the spring. That's within DPW's capabilities. The $2 million in sidewalks, is that operationally feasible to get done in 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know there were, there was some talk about doing all the sidewalks that we could first. What we're proposing here is $4 million over a period of about 18 months. So that's, that's for sidewalks. That's a lot of money and getting done a lot of work. So.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to address the operational point. But the last thing for me, and then I'll hand it over to my colleagues, but I just have to agree with Mr. DeWitt and the chairwoman that I understand that the WPCA capital plan is still under development, but I think we were all on the same page at the previous capital plan meeting that becomes our Bible. And for me, as we look at how we may use the surplus and weigh whether it should be capitalized or that project should be capitalized, having that plan in hand, even if WPCA is a draft, the other items that we identified as not being fully baked, I'm hoping will be baked and available for us on the 21st. Because I really do think that's really critical for us to understand whether this should be addressed through the surplus or whether it should be kept in the capital plan and what our capacity is. Because I do agree with you, Madam Chair, that like you, Mr. Walsh, I don't think the town can afford to overspend and run up the credit card, but I believe that we equally run the risk of underspending. And I think the last couple of years, we've been very conservative on our capital spend. Our debt service is down. The analysis that we saw a couple of weeks ago showed that we're not even close to that 8.5%, let alone 10% as our policy dictates. So I think we've got capacity available, and knowing how we can use that and what projects are going to be prioritized for that will be really important for our meeting on the 21st.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you both?
Yes.
In regards to what Mr. Curley brought up, because if we're underspending on the credit card, if we're not bonding enough right now, doesn't that just allow us to, if we needed to do a $50 million project, we can do a $50 million project?
No, I don't think
at any point in time, because if we're not spending $30 million in a given year, it just allows us another year to do more. There's no limit on what we can do per year, as long as the total amount stays under what.
Okay, that's a good point. I mean, I guess, and maybe we could ask Phoenix this. My assumption was no. So two things, right? One is that I thought the objective of this board was always to keep our capital spending relatively consistent from year to year so that we don't create cliffs in our budget, right? And when we get down to, 6.9% debt service, and then we put out a 50 million bond issue, if the markets would even allow us to do that, if we could get that done, you're going to create, to state the obvious, going from 6.9% to 8.5%, that's a 1.4% increase in your mill rate. Right? We don't want to do that. We want to try to keep it steady. So my concern was more that we, try to do that and keep that amount steady so that if let's say, I'll just give you a specific example. Buy the air conditioning and this other stuff this year, get up to 30 million or whatever the number is going to be, and reduce the 50 million that we're going to have to bond, if that's the number, X number of years from now, so that we can keep this on a steady state rather than create a situation where, our bonding is down here and then has to spike with a big school project. That's kind of where I'm coming from. I would hate, and again, I just want
to ask, we bond the money even though we don't plan on using it for 3 years?
No, we bond the air conditioning project instead of using surplus for it.
Okay.
Because we can't bond a project we're not going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the surplus money, we put it into a capital project fund or something like we did with Penfield, so that we'll get to the point where we have, whether it's a $50 million school project or a $150 WPCA project, that we have some funding there that reduces our need to bond, because we're not even going to have that capacity to bond. And listen, if that's not the way the administration wants to go, I'd really like to hear, what's the alternative? What's the plan? We do long-term capital analysis so that we can see what's a few years in front of us. We keep focusing on that current year, but the reality is 5 years, 10 years in front of us looks scary. We've all acknowledged that. So how are we dealing with that? We need to start dealing with that today. And that's, we have surplus here that we can put some away to start dealing with that issue so that we don't have this big bubble in future years. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
That's all.
Only because back a lot of years ago, in the early 2000s, Mary was there as well, but I was on the RTM. We had the school problem. We spent $200 million in 2 years in school projects. We had to replace McKinley. We had to build Burr because of capacity issues. We had to do the high schools, and we had Tomlinson, which was a major rehab. Oh, in the middle school. Sorry, that's where the middle was done. It was like literally $200 million. Now, we had bonding capacity because our bonding number levels were low. Yes, we had to admit that that was going to come with some expense on interest now all of a sudden, a big spike in it. And we had to make sacrifices on that. And yes, there was some years where I think the taxes went up like 7% in a given year, but we knew that that was a decision that the town needed to make. So it's just, I guess where we go with it and how we deal with it. Because once that 7% was in, the next year was a little easier because we raised it 7% now. So now you still have that 7% the next year because it's baked in. And then we got more to reasonable tax.
Yeah, and I think the tax impact was one thing, but the other, I think, and you guys were here, the other issue that we dealt with was that issuing that much debt eliminated our ability to do other things in the town. That created what we're in. We keep acting like, all this stuff got delayed because people were just stupid. No, we didn't have the money because we died. So
No, but it didn't actually, because you know what? No one ever said, oh, by the way, our entire WPCA, all the facilities are aging out.
Right.
No one ever had that discussion.
Right.
There wasn't one person from WPCA or Public Works that ever said, hey, everything's going to go at the same time in like 2024. Maybe we should start paying for some of this stuff or building a
Right.
fund for it. No one mentioned it.
yeah.
No one mentioned it at all. And no one mentioned it up until like 2 years ago.
Yeah. Now I hear you. Well,
Was-
again, that's my only point in that, from the perspective of our taxpayers, let's just face it, no one wants to see that kind of movement in taxes. I mean, the whole point of doing this is to keep it steady state, to plan out, and, seems to me we've been, we've been lower in the past couple of years. Part of it, I think, because we've had this ARPA money come, a bunch of our operational capacity was devoted to actually executing on these projects, right? They weren't in our bonding, but we had people dedicated to doing this stuff, And so, and there's a limit to what you can do operationally. So our bonding has been low. And, that's going to catch up with us now because we start issuing debt and that's going to cause a spike in the future. And I just don't want to exacerbate that by, doing something like I would not be supportive of using surplus to supplant bonding when we have the capacity to bond. I just don't think that's a smart idea because my objective would be to try to keep that bonding level, not overdo it, not underdo it. And knowing what's ahead of us, whether it's WPCA schools, there's more than we can count at this point. Fill pile, more fill piles, the main fill pile. We're going to be able to use this surplus. So that's where I'm coming from.
I will tell you that what's scaring me is that we'll never be able to build an elementary school if we're going to keep it level. Because the numbers are just too.
If we're going to what?
If we're going to keep it level, we'll never be able to afford an elementary.
We may not keep it level, but we may not have to do
Just-
200 million in 2 years. It's like,
Yeah, I get it. It's just that there's a lot of projects and I think we need to prioritize them and say some can't get done. And that's what's going to have to, that's going to be the
100%.
that's gonna be
That
the
too.
whole decision
that too.
to make.
And that's why I think we should look hard at things like, paving and sidewalks. Safety issues, yes, but are these the most important things in this town? Not because we don't want to do them, but safety issues, yeah. And you know what, they may very well be, but I just, it's, surplus is a funny thing. This is, it's not free money. This is like,
Well, I know, and that's what concerns me.
money's money.
Complete Streets is, if it is $5 million a year, wow.
It's another unknown.
That's a game changer.
Yeah.
That's like a legitimate game changer that we just don't know about.
Mary?
I think the point that Jim is trying to drive home, and it's an important one, is that if we start maxing out our credit card now and bond in what our limit is every year, then we don't have the ability to take on a big project like a school. Back when we did the 200 million, we hadn't been bonding a lot every year. So we had the capacity in our bond ability to bond things so we could do a very large amount. And so that's something we have to manage as well. It's not like we can say, oh, we're going to max out our capacity every year and then still expect to be able to build a school. We have to manage that. So when the time comes, we have that space left to bond.
And that's a great point. To be clear, I don't advocate for maxing out our credit card. I mean, 8.5%, originally, we came up with that number, and that didn't include WPCA. That was a steady state. That was not the max. That wasn't the 10%. So I completely agree with you. I do not advocate for maxing out anything, but I just want to, the 8.5% is not maxing out our credit card. So I don't know if anyone.
The only other thing, I agree with you. It's not maxing it out at all. But we also know we have some huge chunks coming up. And one of the things I respected, at least about the administration's approach, is that, yes, I don't know how much the number was. There was like $7 million. So you do $7 million times 5 years. All of a sudden you have $35 million of extra capacity ready to pump out the door if we need to do air conditioning or towards another school or towards WPCA.
I want to let Craig in. I guess the question then comes down to, what does capacity mean? Because the way we've defined capacity is a little funny. We've defined it as debt service as a percentage of expenditure. That's a budget thing. Jared has described it as political, and I know what you mean by that. It's taxes, right? That's what goes in your mill rate. That's, and the town, and I respect this, has basically said, the 8.5%, if you get to that, by definition, that's not a balance sheet calculation of capacity. That is based on how it impacts our mill rate. So, if you think about it that way, the whole concept of mill rate, that, going from da-da-da, and then all of a sudden we're going to spike up here. Now we're talking mill rate. I don't know in terms of like balance sheet capacity for this town. We're not measuring our bonding capacity that way. We have definitionally defined it as the impact on our mill rate. And we've thrown WPCA in there, which doesn't affect our mill rate unless, we decide to fund the WPCA out of general fund. So there's a lot of stuff in there that I think is worthwhile talking about when we get the updated waterfall.
And maybe we should talk to Matt Sprundell about how it affects our credit rating. Because
Yeah,
I was always led to believe that it tied back to where a AAA should be, and that we should not exceed this amount as a AAA or put our credit rating at risk.
Yeah, and I think that was where this board, I know you were probably involved. I know Tom Flynn and I have discussed this at length. That was where the 10% came from.
Yeah.
And the 8.5% was something different. And again, I respect how the administration looked at that. It's like, listen, this is like a number that would keep us flat in terms of the impact on our budget. And I think that's an incredibly important consideration. But if you are going to think about it that way, then what that drives you to is kind of trying to keep it flat versus going down here and then issuing $50 or $60 million in one year, even if we can.
And I hear you, and I agree with you about the budget and trying to keep the mill rate to be a certain rate and things like that. However, knowing what we're staring down the line at, we might not have to, we might have to go outside that because of the things that need to be done for us to do things for the WPCA facility, to do, whatever priorities the Board of Education has. If that's air conditioning, it's air conditioning. If it's Dwight School, it's Dwight School. Maybe it's not both. But we have a lot of needs coming up, and we might need to get certain projects done, but still stay under 10%. Not because of taxes. We could save money and make priority changes there on the budget, just for capacity purposes.
Yeah, and we're never going to have enough surplus to eliminate these big bubbles in front of us. But, if we can put a dent in that, I think that's worthwhile doing. Because if if this, and I'm just making this up because I have no idea what's going to happen, but let's just say that Dwight School needs to, pretend Dwight School has to be rebuilt in 5 years, and you put away $3 million of surplus a year, or you did something like that, that's $15 million. It matters over time. And that's the whole point of long-term planning. So I don't know where this is going to end up, but I think these are important conversations to have. Mr. Curley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this has been a good discussion. I actually think this board should have a continued deep dive on this topic once we have a more fully baked capital plan. I have two pieces of paper in front of me from the October 19th capital. This is a sheet that we're all familiar with. Phoenix Advisors provides it. There were two different versions of this analysis, but you can take the names and numbers off the capital plan project list. It's really, the numbers don't care whether you spend money on this project or that project. It's really what we can afford when. And the schedule that was provided to us last month or just a couple of weeks ago, had the next 5 years spending bonding 45 million, 42 million, 42.5, 47.5, 48. Now, at that point, the assumption was that it drops down to 30 million a year for the next 5 years. But in that analysis, the maximum debt service to total budget was 8.7%. So if we're bonding at these levels, we're not getting close to that 10%. So I do think we can afford to bond for projects and attack these projects, because to me, what I've seen over the last 3 or 4 years, especially in the project finance business, is that the cost of construction is outpacing general inflation, and we've seen it. We've seen it in the projects that have come before us. Projects are coming in at double the estimate or triple. And so for me, some of these projects, the sooner we get them done, that will save money in the long run for the town. So what I would like to see Phoenix Advisors do for us is kind of solve for what is the maximum that we can bond on a 10-year schedule. That keeps us under the cap that we're comfortable with. And if we want to stay below 10%, even though our policy is 10, that's fine. We can talk about that as a board. But I'd love to know, what can we afford? And this analysis gets close, but when it tops out at 8.7%, it tells me that we're still, even in this scenario, having, keeping some powder dry. So I'd love to have this board have kind of, it's almost, to me, feels like capital planning 201. I feel like we've been at that 101 level for a while, and I'd love to get for us to get to that 201 level, because we have some really big challenges facing us in the next 5 to 10 years. And whether it's the HVAC, whether it's the Dwight School, whether it's the WPCA, it's all in front of us. So I'd love to understand what we can actually afford per advisors, Phoenix Advisors, and let's have a discussion about that.
So I think one of the things that gets lost in that analysis is that, so you get, these things happen over a period of time, and those increases happen over a period of time. So when you add 1 year of a larger bonding amount, as a weighted average against the 20 years of debt that you've accumulated, it's a small amount, so it's not going to increase a lot. Unless you go up by a lot of money, do that $200 million bond issuance or something like that, you're not going to get there quickly. If you continued along in that chart and continued along that path, each year you're replacing presumably one year of small debt amount with 1 year of large debt amount. So as long as you continue along that rate, you're going to continue to climb. That 8.7 is going to go to 8.8, 8.9, and keep growing like that. So if you looked at that pattern over a 20-year period, my guess would be that by the time you got to year 20, you'd be over 10%.
And that may be the case, but I'd love to see the schedule. Let's see the numbers. And I'd love to see them just tell us what gets us to the 10%. Show us a scenario that gets us there. And let's see if we
We're the 8.5. And I think the other thing that's important, and I know we've had some discussions about this before, but the WPCA is not in the denominator of these numbers. What the WPCA will pay for out of their own debt service never becomes part of that 8.5%. It's now, if they end up having $174 million of stuff that has to be done, they're not going to be able to sustain that amount of debt service. But I think that was the other critical part of this. Because we've never before, or not in recent history, done a bunch of WPCA projects, we're tossing the WPCA into this capacity analysis as though it's the same thing. And it's not, because we have a separate revenue stream supporting that debt service. So to me, what's helpful is to understand how far does that take us? Does the WPCA revenue stream, and, at we talked about this last time, I think, Jim, you and I went back and forth, but yeah, at a 3% rate increase, or 4% increase, pick a number, how much debt does that allow them to sustain? Could they pay for 50 million, 60 million, 70 million of the projects over time, 80 million? Because that amount, again, different revenue streams supporting it, does not impact the town's capacity as we have defined it. So that's a very, very different, that's a big change from the way this waterfall we've all looked at it in the past, because we haven't had these massive WPCA projects in our past waterfalls. So that part of the analysis from Matt would be, I think, helpful as well. I really think you need kind of a with and without. And I know this is a lot of stuff, but this to me is the crucial part of this long-term planning.
But I don't disagree with you, but you have to work it into an analysis in some way. And
yes,
what I'm getting at is we all have a sense of how much we can bond as a town on our $350 million budget revenue source. The WPCA is about $8 or $9 million. Their capacity to bond and absorb any significant amount of debt is very, very, very limited.
Agree. And all I'm saying is that whatever that amount is, like so far, these small projects we've been doing, they've been paying their debt service. And even if that's a couple million a year for the next few years, that comes off the town's numbers. So whatever it is, your point is well taken. I just do think it has to be in there separately, because in the waterfall going forward, those aren't small numbers. Those are big numbers. John?
Do we have to vote on all this by November 21st? What we want to do with this money? We don't have to, do we?
You have to do something with it.
I mean, we could put it.
Otherwise, it's going to fall to fund balance.
We can park it if we were to, yeah.
You could park it if you wanted to.
And then
Or park some of it, but we would want to.
Unless you wanted to go to fund balance.
No, we don't want that. So, okay. And then the other question is, do you have when are we going to find out how much this fill pile remediation is going to cost us? Do you have any ideas when that's going to happen?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Well, we need.
When we're going to get
That's another,
when we're going to get an exact number on
I'd
that.
like to know that too.
And we really won't have an exact number until they start digging into the ground.
All right. Can I just say one thing, just on a personal note? I have to leave in a minute for personal reasons, but I kind of wanted to get to your purchasing policy tonight. So, and I really wanted to vote for it. And I wanted to say thank you for doing all your work, you too, on it. So, and I appreciate this conversation too that we've had over the last half hour or so, but I wanted to make that clear before I left. I didn't want you to think I'm skipping out on that. So, thank you, Chris, and thank you for it. Yeah, but I just need to go. Thanks. Would vote yes if I was going to be here. So, thank you.
I will say I'm a little concerned on how much capacity they can take on, and I think that should be another number that we should take on.
Yeah.
Because I will tell you, from taking on a little bit, nothing really that much, to be honest with you. Their rate increase was 8.2%. And I don't know if you hear the screams from people, but people think we're doing it. 8.2%. So next year, adding more, I mean, I can't imagine what the
I
number.
don't even know if that's from their debt service or if it's from their desire to build up fund balance, because we have not seen that plan, so I'm not sure. The debt service might be a couple $100,000 a year. I don't even know the answer to that, so that's another point. We should,
Yeah.
my question was, we should see that analysis. We talked about getting a WPCA plan a long time ago. We sort of got one, but, you know, with a set of assumptions that is not an 8% increase in rates a year, you know, what does their ability to absorb debt service look like? Because I truly don't know. I think last year we kind of pressed pretty hard and we said, gee, you're going to use all your fund balance. How are you going to replenish it? What are you doing? And so I think they need some decisions, which we're not privy to set up a rate structure that would, you know, finance them in a certain way. And I literally have no idea. I tend to doubt that 8% increase had to do with paying for debt service, but we should know that.
But you start doing 8.2% a year. It's an
no.
unsustainable amount.
Agreed.
You do that for 5 years.
Agreed.
You've almost increased it by 50%.
Yeah. But again, I don't know if that 8% was to increase the fund balance because, you know, they said they were going to use fund balance to do I&I and all that other stuff, or if that's really debt service. So an update, and I don't know if we'll get to this on November 17th, but I do think we had a really good meeting with them. We had a separate meeting last year. We decided to take that out of the budget process and have a time devoted to that before the budget, which I think was helpful for the board. So we should probably do that again because they're an integral part of this. So anything else? All right. And Mr. Schmidt, I think it would be helpful to, I don't know what you've taken away from the discussion, but it would be good to have some open communication before something comes before us for a vote so that we kind of get a sense of how the board feels. So we're available. I'm available. Just to put that out there.
That's what this was for, to
Yep.
start the conversation. So
Appreciate it.
to bring you guys into the loop. The one thing I feel like I'm getting mixed messages on is the capital plan. Because it's supposed to be the Bible, right? So do you want to wait until you have the WPCA down? So it's not the Bible. It's something else. We're missing like the New Testament.
It's Bible as of November 17th.
It's the Torah. We'll add the New Testament later and then it'll.
I think when Mr. Curley talked about the Bible, I think it was, okay, we don't want to get a new waterfall every meeting, not that we have, but the idea is, this is the waterfall. And then after that, we track changes to it so that we're not just, it's just helpful so that when things occur, we understand what's changing in it. So we sort of treat it like a budget. You have a budget and then changes to it are like a forecast change versus something else. And we talk about those
Yeah, and I'm just saying, you're going to go into this one knowing that it's not.
No,
No.
I think we know WPCA is not going to be settled, so. And there were a couple of other things. We talked about tide gates. We understand there's some things still in process, but the best information we have, prior year updated, the current year bonding reconciled to the bonding, actual bonding prospectus, all that stuff. Okay. And I'm happy to work with you on that offline. Okay, are we ready to move on to item 8? Everyone's favorite topic. So item 8, to hear, consider, and act upon the purchasing policy. Can I have a motion to put this before us? Mr. DeWitt?
Could we consider the motion to take this up?
Well, first we have to put the motion on the table and then we'll talk about it. So we're you put the motion on the table second? Mr. Curley. Okay, so this motion is before us and the purchasing policy materials are included in the posted backup beginning on page 12. And before we talk about anything else, I do want to give Mr. DeWitt just an opportunity to do an overview of what's before everyone so that we have some context. So, and then we can talk about comments on it. So, Mr. Schmidt, were you going to put this on the screen for us? Okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, so he can,
Do we want to address Mr. Stark's?
Yeah, I think as a point of order, I was actually suggesting we discuss the motion of whether to take this up or not at 11 o'clock at night, because it needs to be done justice. You did a lot of work on it, and I have some really good edits for you, but I don't think we're going to get through them starting at 11.
why don't we go forward, see what the edits are, and we should at least have an overview. So, Chris, do you want to? Okay.
Sure, and I'll be quick given the hour. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, you're looking at the slides there. Good. You can go to the next slide, please. I'm going to go through pretty quick. The goals of our committee were to create a modern purchasing policy that addresses current needs and audit findings. Full disclosure, I helped write the last one, so I'm not disparaging that document, but we needed a modern that was really, that really addressed what we needed today, right? One of our other goals was to actively engage the town and central office staff in the creation of this policy, and I think that has been achieved. Next slide. So what happened from the old policy? It's a 4-page policy, 4 or 5 pages. It's now 38 pages of just pure policy with a lot of backups. That's why you got a Word file that was 101 pages. That's a lot of exhibits and stuff like that. But 38-ish pages are the real meat of the thing. What you're getting in the new policy is really a complete, detailed guidance document. If you look at the old document, it was created to address very specific needs. While we were creating this 4-page document, we said, oh, maybe we should put some guidelines in there. It was really done quickly. But we really needed a complete and detailed guidance document, which I think is what we have today. We really needed to add details on items that we have talked about ad nauseum, myself included, for a long time, right? POs, what does that really mean to us? Emergency POs, what are they? How do we use them? When do we use them? Approvals, who approves? What are they approving? How much? And reporting, right? Hey, does the purchasing director have to come before us and tell us about emergency POs and all those things? That's all been addressed. We did, for the few spending and approval levels that were in the old policy, they needed to be updated, and they have been. We needed what we have now, in my estimation, is a broad guidance on all aspects of purchasing versus a very narrow focus on the answers that we immediately needed when we created the last one. If anyone has any questions as you're going along, just please stop me. I'll walk through the overview really quickly. There are 11 main sections in this. The first one's kind of overall goals, applicable policies, that kind of thing. Section 2 is really what does purchasing do, right? And what must they do? This is the part of the document where you will see, excuse me, the reporting requirements to the Board of Finance, right? So one of the, among other things, when do they have to report to us and on what topics do they have to report to us? Section 3 is, what does everyone else have to do? What is it in the town, the central office, what do they have to do in this whole process? So the purchasing's got a bunch of roles and everyone else has a bunch of roles and we need to define those. Section 4 is really the general guidelines in the bid thresholds. And I know you guys have all read this in detail, so I don't have to go through this in painful detail, but Section 5 is methods of public bidding. So this really defines how biddings must take place, right? It defines what is a request for bid, a request for, this is a definition section in a lot of ways, but it's very important to define exactly what those things are, because we as a board have had those questions, right? 6 is very important. It's exceptions and exemptions to public bidding. So when you go through, how do you do public bidding? If this was a perfect world, we would have this one process and we'd go through public bidding and we'd get 3 bids and everything and we'd spend, it would be perfect. But sometimes we have things like emergency procurement. We have sole sources, we have single sources. We have other exemptions. I can go into the details if you guys really want. But in this section, which is a very important section, it says when we can't do everything the way we'd like to do it in a perfect world, how do we define those things and then move forward with that? The bid award process is really the formal process for bids, how suppliers get awarded a bid, how this all happens, how they get a PO at the end, a purchase order at the end of the day. Section 8 is contracts. This talks about what happens after you win. Well, you get a purchase order and you get contracts. There's a lot of detail in there about that. The Section 9, it talks about vendor information. It's a little bit out of order. I would have liked to have seen Section 9 to be earlier, but this really defines the information about what's a requisition, right? What's a purchase requisition? And I talk about a lot of times, what's a PO? We define POs in different aspects of them in multiple sections, right? And by the way, this is where we talk about credit card purchases. By the way, the credit card purchase is no different. So if you're going to buy a bunch of computers and you're going to use a PO and you're going to, however you pay for it, there's no difference. The payment, what you use to pay with it doesn't matter. The process is the same. If you're spending this much money and you're using cash or a check or wire transfer or Bitcoin or a credit card, they're all the same, right? So you might have seen that section and go, wow, we've been spending a lot of time talking about credit card purchases and there's literally 3 sentences in there. It's for a reason, because it shouldn't be differentiated, right? Section 10, these are the real rules of engagement. This walks you through, the formal process. We post an RFQ out to the website. Suppliers have X number of days to respond. They respond in this manner. The bids are opened with 3 people in the room and, those kind of things. But it's really and by the way, what is required? This is where we talk about bonds and security and stuff like that, which we've talked about ad nauseum here about all the Phil Powell stuff, right? And in section 11 are exhibits. This still requires some work. You'll see in my recommendations, but everywhere in here where we say purchase order looks like, there's an example of a purchase order. There's an example of a bunch of different things. One of the things that we did through our review, Ms. Charlton and I, who I haven't thanked, so thank you very much for all your efforts. I wanted to get away from specific exhibits where we could. So for example, there were some there are some state laws and some federal laws that we have to be in compliance with. So instead of saying, hey, here's form 12345 from the state of Connecticut, I say you go to a website and you download the document. In particular, I looked at a couple of these documents and they've been revised within the time period that we've played with this document, right? So it just kind of rings true that it's much better to go to a website than have a piece of paper or a thing in a backup. And then last thing, and I know I went through this real quick, but next step recommendations. So one, approve the policy, please. Charge Joe Centofanti. So Joe Centofanti has worked with us in putting this document together. He had a lot of valuable inputs, as did the purchasing director and others. But I think the recommendation to have Mr. Centofanti look for the exhibits and update the exhibits is that he's an independent outside source, and he has access to a lot of this information, and this should be done outside of the purchasing department. In 12 months, I would recommend that you get a status of the new policy. The purchasing director comes to you and say, how's this been working out for us? You're going to need a year, at least 6 months. You're going to need a year. Say, how is this working out for us? This is not a static document. There's going to be a lot of changes. So if anybody thinks this is perfect, it's not, right? I would recommend, because I won't be here to recommend in person, but I would recommend that after this first, after a year from now, he comes through with a bunch of recommendations. You move those recommendations forward. But this is an iterative document, and it needs to be a living document. And again, after that, I think it's an annual review of the document. Now, I'm not saying that I don't know if it has to come to the Board of Finance for every little small change, but I think annually there should be at least a presentation from the purchasing director to say, this is going well, this isn't going so well, maybe DeWitt didn't do this right, change it. So that's my quick overview.
Do you mind if I so I want to say a couple things. First, I want to thank Chris for his leadership on this, and the administration for all the work that they did, including Central Office of Fairfield Public Schools. Just as a point of background, though, a couple things I just want to let the board know. First of all, a lot of people had inputs, but this document was originally drafted by Joe Centofanti. And the thing that we insisted on was that we had a draft that mapped to the DPW audit that was issued 3.5 years ago after the Phil Powell. So in other words, any recommendation in that audit or finding that had to do with inadequate purchasing policies, wanted to make sure that that was addressed in this policy. So originally came from Joe, mapped to address all the audit findings in the DPW audit. But then there was a pretty, extensive and collaborative process between Joe and the administration, our purchasing director, Courtney Laborious, to make sure that Joe was incorporating their comments, because this has to be operational from their perspective, right? So it wasn't just done in a vacuum. So I did want to mention that. The other thing I would say is that some of this, frankly, is memorializing existing practice. I mean, our last purchasing policy, as Chris said, really had to do with bidding, and it was like a couple pages long. Jared will remember this, Mr. Schmidt will remember this, but not long ago, we had asked for a summary of bid waivers to be brought to the board. And we got this listing of bid waivers, and there were, I don't remember, like 1,000 of them in the past year or something. What we quickly realized was that they weren't really bid waivers. They were things that don't go through but public bidding for various reasons. So, for example, sometimes you have a single source product. It may be a part to a machine that's, unique to that machine, and there's, you don't bid, there's only one source for it. There may be a situation where the Board of Ed, they're working with a student who has an IEP and there are federally mandated or state mandated services that have to be provided, and we don't have to bid for those. You're meeting the needs of a student on an immediate basis. So there's a wide variety of things that didn't go through bidding, but they were not really bid waivers. They were just things that don't go through bidding for a variety of reasons. So what we felt was very important was that those things be in the policy so that there's no confusion as to what has to be bid and what fits into one of these categories. And if there's things that don't go out for public bidding, they need to fall into one of these buckets that's been defined. And so that was a big focus. Mr. Centofanti took the first crack at that, but he also worked closely with central office and the administration to make sure that those categories were defined so that, there weren't, there isn't ambiguity or judgment as to those things. So I just wanted to put that out there. That stuff's always happened, but it was, vague and not well defined. And so, some of this is just memorializing things that were occurring, but it's putting a structure and a framework around it. So from a kind of background perspective, I just wanted to add those things. Ms. Merman?
Thanks very much. First of all, Chris, thank you so much. Madam Chairwoman, thank you so much for all the work that you've put in, and also to the town and the Board of Ed and everybody else. My question is, this is a comprehensive document. Have there been discussions in terms of how this will be rolled out, or is there training involved? Because it's a lot of information to absorb, and it doesn't just apply to purchasing. Obviously, it's all departments in the town and with Board of Ed. So how is this going to be implemented?
Thank you. That's a great question. The goal was to create a comprehensive document that lives in purchasing, right? We did make a recommendation early on as a committee and said, listen, we understand that every person in town doesn't need to read all this document. So the recommendation was that you'd probably make a reference document for DPW might need 10 of these pages. IT might need 2 pages, but there was a recommendation early on, and we can actually formalize those recommendations. But the next step after memorializing this document is to make small training documents that will live in each department. That would be the recommendation.
So is purchasing doing those training documents, or who's in charge of that?
Well, I would think that would be a purchasing task, frankly, after this document's because here's the other thing. The Board of Finance is charged with doing this, as far as I'm concerned. How they take this and disseminate it out is kind of on the purchasing department.
Yeah, and I would say it's such a critical component, because otherwise it's just a document sitting on the shelf somewhere.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be a critical part of
Agreed.
Fine.
We should get updates on.
Yeah.
Agreed. And I do just want to reiterate, though, and I know Mr. Stark has some comments, so I want to get to him, but I do just want to reiterate, though, that I don't want to leave the impression that this is brand new stuff. Much of this is sort of current operating procedures that was never down on paper anywhere. And so, and that was my comment about when Chris and I saw a listing of like 1,000 bid waivers or something. They weren't bid waivers. They were actually things that fit into these categories that now have been defined and outlined, so that it's kind of clear, what's what. And, one of the things we really tried to define separately was emergency POs, because those should be very rare. There shouldn't be, many situations where the town actually has a true emergency that causes them to waive public bidding that we would otherwise be doing. And in those cases, consistent with the old purchasing policy, this board has to provide concurrence on that. So, Mr. Stark, sorry to keep you waiting.
This document is public, and that means vendors will see it.
And you have language in certain sections, most notably section 10, that seem to imply a contractual right on the part of the vendor. For example, on page 37, you've written, the contractor shall and does hereby assume and agree to pay for the defense of all such claims, demands, suits, proceedings, and litigation. It's implying that the vendor itself is a party to the purchasing policy, which I don't think you intended to do. But then above that, you basically have a waiver of a third-party right. Actually, that was 38, and now I'm back to 37, where you say neither the town nor any of its directors, officers, employees, or authorizations shall be liable for any claims or damages resulting from the solicitation or collection of proposals. So what I'm worried about is that you're creating grounds for appeals and possibly litigation with language that needs to be tightened up a little bit. And I think a first-year associate at any decent law firm could probably do that for us. So I would suggest, and I'd be happy to provide you my notes that we do that. There are also sections that are redundant. For example,
Madam Chair, can I call a point of order, please? This motion is to either approve this purchasing policy or not. We can't get into syntax. We'll be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're either going to approve it as presented, which is the motion I'm making right now, or send it back to the purchasing policy for revision.
Okay. Do you have a comment on that point?
Yeah, I guess I think this was where Mr. Stark was going before, and please correct me if I'm wrong. It is 11:15, and we have a 38-page document. I mean, I have notes like this on one page, okay? Which I don't think is really fair to be bringing up and being here. The notes here would probably cover 20 minutes because I haven't given you guys a red line. I'm willing to give you guys a red line because there's paragraphs in here that are probably BS stuff. The stuff that you guys have done, like the actual stuff, I think's great, actually. You know what I mean? But there's stuff I think that we could either provide a red line with and kind of go through some of that stuff. It's just going to take a while. I didn't have a time to do a red line, but I don't even know. There's some paragraphs in here, like under conflict of interest, that grammatically do not make sense and are missing like 5 words or 6 words. They make no sense whatsoever. And I edit documents for a living. I mean, that's what I do. So I think it's a little, to give this the due course and to respect the work that you guys have done, I think that we should provide red lines for anybody who has questions about this, like Mr. Stark, myself, or whatever. I never really thought that when we were meeting about this tonight that we were going to vote on it. I thought we were going to talk about it and maybe offer suggestions. I want to get this thing done, though, before Chris is off the board.
Well,
He's done too much work on it, but I think to bring this up and start talking about it after 11:15 is a little much. I don't know whether we have time. I want to get it done before he's off this board and have an up or down vote on it. But I also think that it should just be, we should have a little bit more time, like a week, even if we have to have a special meeting. I mean, when I saw the agenda for tonight, I'm like, whoa. I'm like, there's a lot of stuff on here tonight.
Okay, let me just, so I respect that. I think my suggestion, if that's what, and just in defense of Chris, I want to say that this draft went out to the board 2.5 weeks ago. I think he did mention that this would be up for a vote tonight, and that's why he sent it out 2.5 weeks ago. So listen, I know everyone's busy. However, if people didn't get a chance to look at it before today and we have comments, I don't think anybody wants to be here until 2 o'clock in the morning. So to your point, what I would suggest is that 2 things. One, it sounds like our next meeting is going to be chock full of stuff. We're going to be talking about surplus and voting on surplus and reviewing a revised waterfall and God knows what else. So unless this is, we got some really quick and easy red lines, I think it might be wise to do it in a special meeting. So if you all have your notes ready and you want to provide them.
Yeah.
Then they can be provided and we can provide, talk them over with the town, Mr. Santafanti, and provide a red line document to the board. That's what I would suggest. The alternative, which I sense no one wants, is that we would sit here and take revisions as an amendment to this document, which could take us a long time tonight and probably is not anything anyone wants to do. So,
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to table this motion until a date certain determined by what everyone's availability is for a special meeting for this particular agenda item.
I think going to a specific meeting for it where nothing's going to interfere with it and we could just go through it and know that at the end of the night, we're doing an up or down vote on it is the way to go. I do not want to put it on in a meeting, another meeting at the end of the month that's going to have other things that we know are going to be on there. I think you guys have worked 2 years on this at least. It deserves to be properly heard and voted on a given night.
any other comments on this motion? I think we might postpone, but happy to, Mr. DeWitt, do you have any comments?
Technically, it's table, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, I'm just not sure, maybe table. I don't know if we have a meeting date, so I'm just talking, Jack. I don't want to get too, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I think
Well,
the
because
gist of it is
otherwise
that
we
we don't
could
want
be
to do this
debating it.
tonight.
A motion to table does not allow debate.
What? Okay, do we have well, then we should vote on that because I feel like there's still some discussion to be had. Does anybody want to second the motion to table right now without debate?
Why wouldn't we at least try to do a date certain, talk about our dates?
Exactly my point. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, so want to just start looking at people's dates?
No.
Well, let me,
How about meeting
guess
before
if-
the
if-
quarterly?
if I may. I don't want to do this on the 21st.
No.
Because of the other agenda items, right? I appreciate the fact that you have comments. I am neither a lawyer nor do I do what you guys do for a living. So your inputs are valid and everyone on this board has got to feel really good about signing this. I don't want to have this vote tonight just because you guys are like, oh, I'm doing this for Chris so he can get out of here and think he did something in the last 16 years. Not what I want, right? By any stretch of the imagination. So if I could get the red line comments, I'm happy to incorporate them immediately and make time to have a dedicated meeting.
Okay, can I suggest next week?
My red lines are actually going to have not just my proposed red lines. It's also going to have either a question or the reason I'm making it. So you'll be able to be like, oh, that's a good thing, or he hasn't thought of this, and which is completely valid,
So I'm just gonna, in coming up with a date to do this, we're going to be committing ourselves to not only get feedback from this board, which hopefully that comes since you guys already have your feedback, but also to have the courtesy of running this by our purchasing director. And we have to speak to Mr. Santafanti. So don't want to, so I want to be conscious of that as we choose a date to reconvene. But my suggestion would be the week of November 13th, which is the week preceding our next meeting. And we can do the meeting remotely if that works for everyone. We could do it in person. I don't care, but what I am going to suggest is that any edits anyone has, please provide them immediately so that we can use the time before the next meeting to discuss the changes with the town attorney if need be, and Mr. Santafanti. So is everybody on board with that? Yes, because we were supposed to vote on this tonight, so I'm assuming if everybody has comments, they've got them ready. So, okay, so with that being the case.
Let's hold on a second. Could we have until the 5th?
Yes.
Sunday. so
Yeah.
that it doesn't interfere with the business day of
Well-
the people that might look at it. But I mean, we all have jobs, and to sit here and take my notes and turn them into red lines on everything,
This isn't your top priority?
no.
Yeah.
It's not.
Well, I have to say, I have a job too.
Yeah. But I'm saying like,
And the week of the 6th, frankly, from a veteran's perspective, is a busy week.
Yeah, so,
So I guess the 5th is fine.
can I suggest November 15th for a special meeting? Does that work for everybody?
let me just.
I can do the 16th, Larry.
I think the 5th.
15th. Yeah, I could do 15th. I could do the 16th, I think, whatever, something like that. Yep.
As long as we have a quorum, 15th or 16th. Does that not work for,
Either will work for me.
Jack, you're not available on the 15th?
No, I could do the
Everybody
16th.
available on the
but, I
16th
mean,
who's sitting here.
okay, 16th? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so do you want to make a motion, Mr. Testani, do you want to revise?
I'll
your motion?
amend my motion to table this agenda item for a date certain, which we determined to be Thursday, November 16th.
Okay.
And
second
I'm
to
not
that
repeating
motion?
the agenda item, but forgive me, I don't have it right in front of me.
Yeah, second to that motion, Mr. Walsh. Okay, all in favor of tabling this item to a special meeting on November 16th? Do we want to do it at 7:30 again?
Yes.
7:30, all in favor? Okay, that looks to be unanimous, 8-0. Okay,
Just a
Yeah.
question. Can we table something to a special meeting? Is
and
that?
that's why I asked Mr. Testani, he's more about the true, that's why I mentioned postponing, but
Yeah, okay.
so I
Maybe
thought if we
from-
tabled,
I
we
don't-
had to bring it up at the next.
I
think-
thought if you tabled it, you had to bring it up at a scheduled meeting, but we're talking about a special dedicated meeting. I don't care either way. I don't care either way. frankly.
I think that's right under Robert's rules.
Which is right.
Yes, if you tabled it, it has to come up in the next regular meeting, not a special.
Okay, so we should be postponing, right?
Postpone, fine.
It to a date.
Okay, so can we withdraw that then?
I'll withdraw the motion to table.
I withdraw my second.
Okay. We withdraw our vote. So, okay, Mr. Testani, do you want to propose
I'll
that
motion
again?
to postpone the agenda item to November. Thanks, Jim. Sorry about my Robert's rules.
Dates
mess up
are
there.
now-
November 16th?
November
second
16th,
to that?
yes.
Mr. Walsh? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous, 8-0. We have voted to postpone this item until the November 16th. And Mr. Schmidt, if you would be so kind to give your colleagues a heads up that there will be some edits coming their way next week, that would be helpful. All right. All right, thank you, everyone. And
Any
honestly,
proposed edits are due by the end of the day on the Sunday,
Sunday, yeah.
5th.
Yeah, and I just want to thank everybody. I appreciate the fact that you actually read this and have some red lines. That's a good thing. Yeah, no, I listen, I appreciate that. So, okay, thank you, everyone. All right, so let's move on.
Before we move on, can I just ask you guys, the two of you, just a general question?
Yes.
Just when you were going through it. The fact that employees are allowed to get up to $100 gift, did you feel strongly about that? Because I don't think anybody should get a gift of any amount, one. And number two, I don't think people should be taken out to lunch and stuff like that, because there have been allegations against town employees in regards to being taken out for repeated alcohol lunches numerous times, like over 10 times by a vendor that we got a really bad deal from. And to me, in this day and age where me and Craig could go out to lunch and have a good time and put 2 cards down, I don't see why that should be an issue. Like why that shouldn't, and I might work in some language on that myself as an edit. But, you could have one person who places a lot of order and gets $100 per vendor. And, also now it's $7,000. I'm not saying it's happening. But to me, I'm like, in this day and age, I find most corporations are going the opposite way on that. They're not allowing anything. I mean, I know people who are like, nope, my employee, if I'm buying something from somebody, it's a requirement I pay for lunch if we're going to have lunch. Not that we can't go out to lunch, but so that the corporation doesn't get a bad deal and be influenced at all, I have to buy lunch, even if it's an $800 lunch between two people.
Better not be.
Well, no,
That's
I'm
the
just
end of
saying,
their job, Jim,
it
if
seems
it
to be
is.
going the opposite direction, where corporations don't want their employees influenced by it. And I
Yeah.
don't think our employees should be.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean,
And I'm not saying it's happening.
no, I hear you. So propose that. I think that's a fine recommendation. Yeah, my experience has been that most organizations have a dollar limit, so if somebody sends you a Christmas basket or something and whatever, because they've worked with you all year, or,
Lunch at Colony, that's no big deal.
yeah. So I think we don't, want to get crazy, but I agree with you. I think that, the important thing to keep in mind here is that if you're holding strings, big purse strings, you are going to get offers. It's a fact of life, you're going to get people who want to, be a friend, vendors, suppliers. And so that's the sort of thing that happens inevitably. And so it's good to have policies around it. So I take your
Yeah, I
point.
mean, it should be.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. Like one lunch,
Yeah.
that's fine. You to being taken out to lunch and wine and dine every Friday for 52 weeks. There's
Yeah,
no
I
way
mean-
that's not going to influence.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your concern.
So maybe we have to put in clarity that that's in the aggregate or something like
Maybe
that.
we put in, I was just going to say in aggregate, I mean, a gift policy within a purchasing policy is pretty standard stuff, right? I mean, I worked with the government most of my career, and I couldn't buy them a hat. Literally, a hat, a ball cap was over the amount that I could pay. And when they came to visit me, I had to put out a box that said, I'm giving you a sandwich, you got to put $1 in the box. So I understand what you're saying. In a commercial environment, which I guess I would call this, a gift policy is not uncalled for. But if we want to bound it with a aggregate number, I think that's a great recommendation.
Yeah, okay. All right, good. So yeah, whatever you want to, and if there's any of these comments you guys want to discuss, I think that's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
Great.
and
I think
Call
you
me.
guys have done a great job. I just think my comments are a little bit about polishing it, maybe a little bit. Maybe that's because that's what I kind of do for a living. So
No, I really appreciate, I think I'll just say, the thing I focused on the most was that we really wanted to put a box around all these exceptions to bidding, because there was just way too much stuff that was ambiguous. And I remember right before I came on the board, one of the first things that was like, mini controversy back in the former administration was this reputation consultant, and it didn't go to the Board of Selectmen because it was professional services. And so there was this whole debate around, well, do professional services, what criteria do they fall under? And it was completely ambiguous. And I remember sitting there saying, why is that ambiguous? That should be black and white. What is a professional service? It has to be what belongs in this policy and what doesn't, Do we bid auditors? Do we bid lawyers? Do we bid, there are things that shouldn't be bid and shouldn't be bid for the lowest price. And there are things that should. And so those are some things we really focused on. And we had policies, frankly, that were doing nothing but causing paperwork and delaying our payments to vendors. And so I think that's why the town and the Board of Ed Fairfield Public Schools, worked so hard to try to, get these things in categories that reflected good controls, but the reality of how we actually operate as a town. And so the other thing I would say to your point about gifts is, quite frankly, sure, that belongs in purchasing policy. That should be in a code of ethics for the town. So maybe there's more restrictive, policies in the code of ethics already, so we can follow up on that. Because that, that's another policy that needs to be probably dusted off as well.
I wouldn't object to.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
Had this conversation. I wouldn't mind,
yeah, so I mean, it's in here because, I mean, it's sort of connected, where it comes into play and where you have conflicts of interest is when town people are spending money with vendors and they might,
Yeah, I think that's
compromise in some way,
I
so.
think that's why it's in here, because you could.
Agreed. And it's not, it's, relatively standard, which is why Mr. Santafanti had it. But anyway, I don't want to get into the detailed comments, so we'll look forward to those from you. But I do appreciate everybody looking at the details. And Ms. Leclerc, comment?
I was just going to say, I think it does belong in here because anyone who's approving a purchase or something shouldn't be able to accept a gift because they have the responsibility to approve it for the benefit of the town.
Yeah, and the only reason I say it might be in a conflict interest policy, because there may be a conflict of interest even for an employee to take a gift, even if they're not approving a purchase. They may be performing some other service, where, so I think it might be broader, but regardless, what's in here should stand on its own. So I thank you for bringing that up. And all right, so we have our action item. All right, so next item, item 9, to hear, consider, and act upon the draft minutes of October 3rd, 2023, October 19th, 2023. The special meeting, so there were, October 19th, 2023, there were 2 meetings, special meeting and capital plan workshop. Can I have a motion to hear this item? Mr. DeWitt, seconded by someone, Mr. Walsh. Thank you. All right, comments on these minutes?
Madam Chair, I'm just going to vote to approve of the first set of minutes. The next 2, I was absent, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so we'll do that vote separately. Mr. Testani, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, October 3rd, yeah, I did read that. So October 3rd and October 19th, and specified that October 19th are 2 separate meetings. Okay. Okay, so we'll vote on these separately. Are there any comments? Okay. All right, so all in favor of approving the draft minutes of October 3rd, 2023, please raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Here.
I was absent, okay, so I'm not really raising my hand, I'm just waving, okay. So, opposed, abstained, okay, so those minutes are approved, 701. Yeah, so that's 8 in total.
Oh, wait, in total, okay.
So 701, right? 8 in total. Okay. All right. October 19th, we can approve those together. All in favor of approving the minutes for the special meeting?
Actually, I have a comment on the first one.
Okay. Mr. DeWitt.
I don't know if it matters, maybe, we, at the first special meeting, at the bottom of number 3, we recessed. The meeting notices we recessed, which is accurate. Then it said the meeting resumed. The meeting came out of recess. I don't know if it makes any difference, but technically, I think instead of resumed, it's just said meeting came out of recess. Does it? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Walsh.
No, I was not present for the first part of the meeting. I was there for the second because I mistakenly got the timing wrong. I thought the whole thing was starting at 7:30.
So did you miss the entire first meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
When we resumed, when we came out of recess, he was in attendance for the second part of it.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah, you were there for the
you were there
second
for the
half.
vote
There
and
for
you
the
did
second
vote.
part.
Yeah.
Yes. I was there for the second part, but not the first part.
So are you going to vote on?
On the first part, I'm abstaining.
Okay.
On the second part of the meeting on the 19th, I'm approving it.
Well,
So it is inaccurate because it says you were absent, but that
Because
was,
I was absent.
you,
Came to the regular meeting.
And after that meeting was adjourned, we went back into the first.
But we're voting on, that's one meeting that we're voting on minutes for.
Really, it should say that Mr. Walsh entered on 7:32 or something like that.
For
Because-
Mr. Walsh when the meeting was.
Because Mr. Walsh's vote is in the 710 vote at the end of the motion.
I think if we put aside the fact that the special meeting was interrupted by a regular meeting or a capital meeting, it's as if you had showed up 10 minutes late for a meeting. You just missed the beginning of the special meeting, but you were in attendance for the end of it. So you were in attendance.
Okay.
Right.
Can I make a
You can make whatever amendment you want.
amendment to the meeting because it's lists me as absent? So I'd like to say that I was present. Or, I don't care if you say I arrived late, but whatever.
Do you want to propose the actual wording, please, in your amendment?
I'm just going to put that that I was present. And then I will vote for it.
Okay, you got that, Prue? Okay, so are you making an amendment? I'll,
Making a motion that to say that I was listed under the members present.
okay, I'll second that motion. All in favor? Aye, opposed, abstain.
I'm abstaining, Lori. Again, I wasn't
Yes,
there
agreed.
at either meeting.
Okay, so the amendment passes 701. So all in favor of,
Amendment? Oh, we already voted on that.
yeah, approving the minutes of the special meeting of October 19th, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, those minutes are approved, 701. Okay, any comments on the capital planning workshop minutes? Okay, seeing none. All in favor of approving the minutes of the capital planning workshop on October 19th, please say aye. Opposed? Abstained?
I'm abstaining, Lori.
Okay, those minutes are approved, 701. Okay, I will make a motion to adjourn. Second, Mr. Curley, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous, 8-0. Good night, everyone.
See you in a couple weeks.